I think it will. I think it will. I mean, I know.
For 8, still needing another 66 runs to avoid being asked to follow on by Leicestershire, who scored 528 in their first innings. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by the BBC in conjunction with the ECB, BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your ball-by-ball commentators on the game. Pleased to be able to tell you that we are set very fair indeed. As hot, if not hotter, than it was yesterday. There's a few more white, high clouds around, but very, very few. Leicestershire then will be looking to take these two outstanding Derbyshire first innings wickets very, very quickly. Sam Connors and Ben Aitchison are the two men at the crease. Connors will be on strike. Chris Wright, the Leicestershire bowler, is going to bowl the first ball of the day from the City end. Umpire Ramage signals to umpire Bailey. He's ready to go. Umpire Bailey's not actually looking. Now he is, and we have play. Wright is in from the City end and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Connors, dropping the ball out into the offside towards point, where Sam Evans is the fielder. We'll be doing our updates every half hour on each BBC radio, local radio station. So I will disappear briefly every half hour, and Fletch will take over. Big news from Derbyshire this morning, with confirmation that the head coach or director of cricket, I'm not sure of his exact title, Dave Houghton, is stepping down as Wright bowls onto the legs of Connors, and it's played into the leg side.
Cleared. Dialing 0. 72. Trying broad.
On line. So, apologies for that slightly chaotic start to the day. But we're back. We're concentrating. That big news that Dave Houghton is leaving Derbyshire at the end of the season. We'll no doubt discuss that more as the day goes on. But for the time being, there is a game of cricket to be saved or won here by either Derbyshire or Leicestershire, as Wright is in and bowls to Sam Connors, pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Callum Parkinson, and there is no run. The score, 313 for 8 Derbyshire. They still need another 66 runs to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on, and I think it's slightly more than a prospect, in all honesty, because it's the only way that Leicestershire can win this game now. They're clearly not going to bat again for a few overs and then give Derbyshire the opportunity to win the game in their stead, as in comes Wright and bowls to Connors, who defends once more. Only 2 slips in place for Sam Connors, so they haven't gone all out attack. They're wary of the number of runs that they have to play with initially. Derbyshire still 215 runs behind. Sam Connors on 9 and Ben Aitchison on 3. I did say last night that I might eat my hat should Derbyshire avoid the follow-on. Well, when we get down to single figures, I'll start to get concerned. Here is Wright, and again, this one's left alone by Connors rather extravagantly. Goes through to the keeper. And again, and there is no run. That's not terrific news. I wonder why there wasn't necessarily anything in the 10 o'clock news. That's because BBC emails. So having got themselves through the first over of the day, they did it far better than I did it. Because we were, I was going to say we were quite shambolic. You were in no way shambolic, Richard Ray. I was entirely shambolic. And I apologise to everybody. That was the worst piece of broadcasting I've done since yesterday. So go on, you crack on.
Ben Mike in from the racecourse end goes past the outside edge of Ben Aitchison's bat, just sort of played down the wrong line there. So no runs added to the score, but the earth has moved here at the Incora County Ground this morning.
Well,
with that news,
I've just received a message to say that the email that I sent that was to be read out at 10 o'clock when the embargo was on for the news never got through.
Mike is in, bowls a little bit short, defended on the back foot by Aitchison. Well, I was going to say I listened to the 10 o'clock news on BBC Radio Derby and it wasn't mentioned.
Unbelievable.
What's going on? What's going on?
Well, they clearly didn't think I'd sent it, but there we go. It's embarrassing, really, isn't it?
Electronic footprints can confirm that you did.
Oh, I did. Don't worry about that.
If you wish to call a witness, I shall happily stand up in court. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump a little bit too wide. It looked like there was a little hint of movement away. Aitchison indicates as much with his right hand, having let the ball go through. He remains on 3. Connors on 9. Just the 2 slips for Mike. If Leicestershire don't take these 2 outstanding Derbyshire first innings wickets before the follow-on is avoided, I think it's pretty much game over, essentially. In terms of a positive result, Mike is in, bowls to Aitchison, who's pushing out into the covers for the first run of the day. Ed Barnes moves to his right from point to pick up, and Aitchison and Connors happily take the single. So Derbyshire up and running on this 4th morning of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture. They move on to 314 for 865 more needed to avoid the follow-on. Mike tosses the ball from hand to hand. Connors checks his guard with umpire Bailey. The umpires still at their respective ends. We are still in the first innings of the game. In goes Mike and bowls goes through Connors. Nice delivery. Bounced and came into him a little bit. Looked as though he played outside. It came back inside the line of the bat, I think. We are at a sort of straight, long on, not behind the bowler's arm, so just sometimes have to glance at the replays to confirm one's first impressions. It was good delivery. Bounced, still there. There's been a little bit of pace in the pitch throughout as Mike is in, edge caught at second slip. It jumped up a little bit towards Sam Connors, not quite as much as the delivery that saw the end of Wayne Madsen ages ago now. It was the best part of 48. It feels like the best part of 48 hours ago. It was the second evening of the game that exploded. Took the shoulder of his bat was caught at second slip. That one jumped a little bit at Connors. Not much he could do about it. Took the edge and a comfortable catch at second slip. So the first wicket of the day has fallen in the second over.
Yeah, 314 for it means they trail by 212, still 65 away from the follow-on target. And Ed Molton to come in, who's had 2 innings in his first-class career, both against Leicestershire, and is yet to score a run in first-class cricket. It was a fairly straightforward catch for Louis Kimber in the end, wasn't it?
It was.
Really?
It was pretty much straight to it.
Yeah. Ben Mike.
He almost had to wait for it, didn't he? Because it sort of took the shoulder. It didn't fly to it, rather looped to him.
3 for 82 now, Ben Mike. 3 wickets. He got Matt Critchley yesterday. Then he got Anuj Dal. Now he's got the prized scalp of Sam Connors. I think he'd probably reflect on Wayne Madsen.
You don't get names in your averages at the end of them.
No, that is absolutely true. Yeah, that is absolutely
It doesn't say
true.
brackets numbers 9, 10 and 11.
No. Here he comes. Edwin's on his way to the middle.
Let us see if he
Did
scores his
notice
first first-class run.
In the press release that Derbyshire released, announcing that Dave Houghton would step down at the end of the season, it said he's overseen the progression of the likes of Sam Connors to the first team. He perhaps would have liked 1 or 2 more names to that list, while securing the recruitment of players such as Lewis Deploy, Brooke Guest and Ben Aitchison. Ed Molton didn't get a mention, which is slightly disappointing, I'm sure, for Ed. He'll be at the non-striker's end, will he? Yes.
He will. End of the over. Last ball of the over. What will Aitchison do here? Will he hit out?
I think he should tee off, personally, because they're not going to do it now, are they? As Chris Wright comes in and bowls to him, and he tries to, well, he flicks it away off a pad down to fine leg for 4 runs. Buys, 4 buys, I beg your pardon. I was going to say 4 leg buys, forgot that bit. Yeah, just gone down as buys, so, well, they only need 61 now.
Swindle's saying it moved away, but he'll be very disappointed about that one. Went through quite low, let's have a look. Yeah, it did sort of swing away, but he was a little bit late reacting there, Harry Swindles.
So effectively, Leicestershire needs to take 12 wickets today. They've taken 1. And they've taken that 1 inside the opening 5 minutes or so of the day's play. So that will have raised spirits, no doubt, after the record-breaking day for Derbyshire yesterday. As Wright bowls to Aitchison, who drives very pleasantly up to Parkinson at mid-off. There is no run. It was in a similar sort of situation, although they were actually right on the brink of defeat against Nottinghamshire when he scored his half-century. And he basically clouted it to all parts, and the ball was clearing the ropes and all sorts. I mean, he has the ability to hit the ball a long way, does Ben Aitchison. Now would be a good time to show that. But Derbyshire still some way shy of the follow-on target. As Wright bowls to him, he defends again. Keep the bowlers out there as long as they can as well. Just tire the opening bowlers.
Yep, that's
Wright and
point.
Mike. Get a few more overs in their legs, because it should not be forgotten. Chris Wright is in his 25th over. Will Davis has bowled 21. Mike's only bowled 18 now. And they do have the option of bowling Callum Parkinson from one end, pretty much. I'm sure that spin bowlers, it's their fingers they get tired normally, isn't it, rather than their legs. But Wright is in, bowls to Aitchison, who defends again, this time straight back to the bowler. Ed Barnes has bowled 18 overs as well, so they've got some overs in their legs, but not an inordinate amount, I think it's fair to say.
Long chats yesterday to Callum Parkinson and to Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's head coach. And they both felt that the wicket had kind of flattened even more under the sun over the period of the game. There was no real sign of turn or deterioration.
Well, Derbyshire will be hoping they're not 5 down in the blink of an eye in the second innings, as well as that one is driven square on the offside by Aitchison.
They shouldn't be, should they? On this
No,
really?
indeed. No. No, welcome to my world. They shouldn't be. You'd have thought that Godman, Wood, Madsen, Deploy and Critchley would have enough in the locker, as the kids say. The kids don't say that, do they? Would have enough to survive less than a day in the field, with the bat rather. But we'll wait and see. He's right in again and bowls. That one is off the back foot, punched up to Callum Parkinson. It's the end of a maiden over. 318 for 9. 119 overs Derbyshire are batted for. Well, if they can do less than that second time around, they will save the game. So there's something to cling on to.
It was interesting. There was no sort of hint from Aitchison. He wasn't looking for a single there. The Leicestershire weren't looking to give him a single. So perhaps he's seen Ed Molton impressing the nets, or he's every confidence in Edwin.
Well, I'd be surprised if he had. I mean, he may well know him, of course, because they'd be similar ages, I would have thought. They're both from Lancashire, come through the system there, so they'll know each other, won't they?
There's a few Lancashirians in at these clubs then, one way or another. Yeah. Mike is into Molton, who is off the mark in first-class cricket, confidently getting a full delivery on the legs. Just a bat came down on it, neatly turned down to long leg, perfectly competently.
Beautiful.
He now has a first-class average of 0.3. Is that right? Yes. No, because it's 2 in
0.5.
2 in 2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's 1 not out.
Come on,
0.5.
Don't be doing him down.
Aitchison on strike to Mike, who bowls full edged, caught behind. No, I thought he'd edged it. He was starting to walk off. So he fooled me. He sold me a big dummy there. Ben Aitchison.
He was walking.
He stroked at the ball. It went past the outside edge into the gloves of Swindles, and then he took a couple of steps towards the pavilion. And I thought that was that.
It very much reminds me of Mikey Cohen, who walked to square leg when he hadn't hit the ball and was given out.
In goes Mike, and bowls caught and bowled just short of the bowler, I think. Goodness me.
Richard, you're now on a hat-trick of non-dismissals here.
Well, that was a close one as well, wasn't it? Look, he's just showing umpire Bailey his finger, Ben Mike. It was pushed back firmly to him by Ben Aitchison. Mike sort of flung himself forward and caught it on the half volley.
I thought he'd edged the ball before last, to be fair. It looked like he had.
All happening out there. Mike is in. Aitchison leaves outside off stump. A big leave, lifts his bat. A tall young man, and he lifts his bat high over the line of the ball. Lets it go through to Harry Swindles. 5 victims in the innings for Swindles, but he's not going to equal Leicestershire's record of 7 then with that catch taken by Kimber. In comes Lewis Hill from deep backward square to square leg to mid-wicket. In the end, looking to save one as Mike is in. Aitchison is driving again and then heading for the pavilion. But fooled once, you're not going to fool me again there, Ben Aitchison. You missed that one. Taken by Swindles, and he walks back into his ground. But, yeah, it wasn't the most convincing of drives. He's defended beautifully, Aitchison, but at the moment, just struggling to find his attacking form. In goes Mike. Bowls a bouncer, and Aitchison ducks out of the way, lets it go through to Swindles. Mike, last ball bouncer, to keep Ben Aitchison at the non-striker's end, because it's the end of the over. 319 for 9. 1 to Edwin Molton, who'll be on strike, and 4 now to Ben Aitchison.
We'll bring a bit of calmness back to the commentary now. It's like a cat on a hot tin roof next to me. Like a nervous kitten. Richard Wright. It's going to be Chris Wright to continue, and he will be bowling to Ed Molton, which is probably what he would have wanted. Not right, that is. 2 slips in place. And Wright is in. Molton, perfectly serviceable, slightly lacking in foot movement, defensive shot into the offside.
Stay a bit low. That was one of the sort of hopeful things mentioned by Messrs Nixon and Parkinson yesterday.
Yeah,
the odd ball might stay a little bit low, and that one didn't really get up too much, but good batsmen can just about deal with that, don't they? Need it to squat a bit, really.
Yes. He's not a tall man, is he, Molton, so...
Stays in line there, doesn't he? No problems there.
Yeah, no, he's brave enough as this one is left alone outside the off stump. Nothing wrong with that. Didn't need to play it, didn't play it. Very small crowd today for the final knockings of this game. As you might expect, I mean, we still haven't got to 11 o'clock yet. There are still 1 or 2 coming in, but the Clearly noticeable how much emptier the car park is away to the left-hand side, and very noticeable how much more empty the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground is. As right is in, and Molton clips it away for another run. Well, he can't stop scoring now. He's on to 2, up towards wide mid-wicket. 320 for 9. Molton moves on to 2. I think that, what do they need now? Or they need another. Well, it's too many. It's too many.
We added 7 to the overnight score, so needed 66, so now need 59 to avoid the follow-on.
It's nothing, is it really? Those pesky 10th wicket stands. Aitchison just flexes his knees as Wright's on his way in, and he plays out that one, then pulls the bat inside the line. Allows it, doesn't allow it, but the ball does go through to the wicket keeper. Harry Swindles. It's almost like the phony war, this bit, isn't it? We all know when the real battle will commence. They need to keep these bowlers out there as long as they can, these last 2, knowing that they'll have to do, oh no, they won't have to do any work, will they? This one is pushed out into the offside. I did that last night as well. Just a no run. Asked Brooke Guest if he was ready to put his wicket-keeping pads back on, and then pads back on, and then said, of course you won't have to, because you almost certainly won't have to keep wicket again. Although Anuj Dal didn't rule out a Derbyshire victory, and when he is the most optimistic man in the world, obviously. I think I've ruled that out. That would be remarkable. There is Wright in and bowls, and that one is just about got his bat on that before it crashed into his pads. Pushed it up to Ben Mike, who keeps hold of the ball, because he'll be bowling the next over. 1 from that one. 26 overs, 2 for 55 now, Chris Wright. 320 for 9. Derbyshire, Aitchison has 4, Molton has 2.
Well, the only way Derbyshire, I mean, yes, it's possible. Of course, it's possible. But if they come back in and then
score at 6 and over,
I was going to say 5, but yeah, not far off. Get sort of 200, 300 probably. They'd need very quickly, and then so Leicestershire would be left with, 100 or whatever it is to 120.
Oh, that'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
Mike is in, bowls, and it jumps up a little bit again at Molton, who plays it rather well, actually.
Played it very well.
Took his bottom hand off the bat, but he deflected it down towards about 4th slip. Kimber moved to his right to make the stop from second, but yeah, there was no big plunge forward there. Clearly can handle himself with the bat. He's going to sell his wicket dearly, but seeing that little bit of extra bounce for Ben Mike, Callum Parkinson calls to Will Davis. Out of the covers he comes into gully just about. Mike is into Molton, goes past the... Well, he does go past the outside edge, but that doesn't mean necessarily the batsman was playing at it. I think Molton dropped his hands at that one as it bounced away through outside the off stump into the gloves of Swindles. His body language is not that necessarily of a man confident of being there for too long, Molton, but he's getting in line. He's playing perfectly competently at the moment. Mike is in, bowls to him. He leaves calmly outside off stump, lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
I'm just going to have a look, because this is the kind of bloke I am. He played against Leicestershire at
New Road.
At New Road, didn't he, last season? Let's have a look.
First game of last season. So, beginning of August sometime, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But the time we actually played. Mike is in, bowls. That one does go past the outside edge. It's a fuller delivery. And Molton, perhaps for the first time, looking a bit like a number 11 in the way that he sort of offered a rather tentative bat at that one. 320 for 9.
Let him have it.
I think it was let's have it here.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was quite as...
I'll let him off. I'll let him off.
Mike is in, Molton is forward, and he's going to pick up a run half forward just with a slightly angled bat. Along the ground it goes past Davis in the gully down towards George Rhodes, who's at third man in front of the old pavilion.
11 balls he's faced in prior to this innings in first class cricket. Ed Molton, trap leg before wicket by Ben Mike in the second innings for naught. And trap leg before wicket by Callum Parkinson, first ball for naught in the first innings at New Road in that game against Lancashire.
He's watching now as Mike goes in, and beautifully on driven by Ben Aitchison. Chris Wright's in pursuit, Parkinson also in pursuit. Brilliant piece of fielding, flung himself to the ball with his right hand, just got there. Wright followed him up, picks it up, throws it in, turns and says, stopped it. And I think as he just below us, my colleague thinks it would bear a replay, checking on the screen.
I'm happy. I know. I think it would have been checked. I don't think there's any doubt had they had the ability to check. But yeah, I think he's all right.
He stopped the ball. The question was whether his body had just slightly touched the rope.
He would never have known anyway. So I have no problem. I've never had a problem with trusting the fielders, and the same with catches as well. Because once the umpires aren't entirely sure whether it's a catch, a clean catch, and they start to consult, I always think, well, you can't really give it. But if the slip fielder or whoever it is says, no, I caught it cleanly, well, let's just get on with the game. Get on with the game.
An immediate change.
Ed Barnes. I think he's looking for his first wicket.
He is.
In the match, and he's bowling to Ben Aitchison, who drives it there we go, up to Callum Parkinson. It could be tricky, can't it? It could be tricky. The other news this morning, of course, was about the T20. Have you already mentioned that?
I haven't. No.
T20 finals day. Very exciting news.
Back to July.
Well, yes, and that has certain implications on the whole structure of the season 2022, of course, as Barnes is in, and that one's flicked away by Ben Aitchison off his pads. Out for another single. He'll move on to 8, 325 for 9. They'll clearly have to play the qualifying before the final. I think that's how these things generally work. One suggestion I saw from a highly respected national newspaper cricket reporter suggested that they were still debating whether the T20 and Championship cricket would run side by side. This next delivery is defended by Molton. So perhaps starting Championship matches on a Sunday and then having the T20 on a Friday night.
I seem to remember that's how
it has happened before.
Has been in the past,
yeah,
yes.
I quite like that idea. Mainly because it'll keep Saturdays free for me to do my football. But yes, I know that...
in July? Well, I suppose it would be mostly June, wouldn't it?
Well, I think it would be April and May. I always say April and May Championship fixtures. Molton picks up another single here, clipping the ball up to wide mid-on, where Chris Wright does the fielding with his two hats on. But yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I know the players say they don't like swapping and all the rest of it, but you know, back in my day, Richard, and you'll remember these days, of course, when they used to start the Championship match on a Saturday and then have a Sunday League game on a Sunday somewhere else in the country, and then pick up the Championship match on a Monday. So if you think you've got it tough now, as Barnes is in, driven by Aitchison, very pleasantly out towards the cover boundary. They are giving chase. It's Sam Evans who'll get there and flicks it back for Will Davis as the batsmen come back for 3 runs. And Ben Aitchison moves to 11, 329 for 9 now. Perhaps.
So another 50.
Yeah.
Well, the way these two are playing.
Brings the Derbyshire victory back into view. It doesn't.
If they avoid the follow-on and Leicestershire go out and biff a quick...
or collapse in a big heap.
Yes.
I think biffing a few is more likely. Here's Barnes again. Oh, good Yorker, but it was just wide of the off stump. It went underneath Molton's bat and through to the keeper. He has been unfortunate. Poor old Ed Barnes. He's destined not to get a wicket on his return to the county ground for the first time since his loan spell with the club. 3:29 for 9 at the end of the over. 4 to Molton and 11 to Aitchison. 50 shy of the follow-on.
It does feel a bit like that with Ed Barnes, doesn't it? Whatever happens.
He's not going to get a wicket.
He's had a couple of very good appeals yesterday, turned down. And
I think we've almost got to the Ed. Just take a breather, mate, will you? You're wasting your time.
Ben Mike is in and bowling a bouncer to Ben Aitchison, who ducks underneath it, bends at the waist, bobs right down. It's on the way back down when it goes into the gloves of Harry Swindles. 4 to Ed Molton. So he's currently averaging 2 then.
Yeah, it's creeping up, isn't it?
It is. Ben
When
Aitchison.
he leaves the pitch with an average of 50.
11 not out, yeah, absolutely. Mike is in, bowls on off stump to Aitchison, who is solidity personified as he leans forward on off stump and plays it out into the covers, where Will Davis picks up, throws it to the captain, Callum Parkinson. Shields looks towards the pavilion, makes various gestures about drinks. We are coming up to the half-hour point. Mike is in, bowls, slightly short this time. Aitchison on the back foot looking to steer it into a gap in the covers. Can't quite manage to do so. Davis fields on about the 4th bounce to his left. And there's no run. Mike turns. He's sort of got a slight habit of, he looks as though he's kind of shooting his cuffs if he had long sleeved shirts on, which he never does. In he goes and bowls on the leg side, slightly short ball, whipped away nicely by Aitchison out towards deep backward square. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. Got plenty on it though. Fielder out there is Lewis Hill, so comfortable single taken by Aitchison. Again, more than happy to take the one. 330 for 9. Gives Molton the strike. He's faced 12 balls now. Edwin Molton only been beaten once, I think, by that Barnes Yorker.
Yeah. He's done all right, hasn't he?
Absolutely has. Mike is in past umpire Bailey and bowling outside off stump. Molton leaves. Slightly short of a length, slightly too wide from Ben Mike's point of view. And not close enough to persuade Molton to have a defence at the ball. Bailey, umpire Bailey that is, wanders out and checks where Mike's follow through is in relation to the off stump, or the leg stump for a right-hander, the off stump for a lefty, like Billy Godman. Seems happy enough, no words with Ben Mike. No real marks on the pitch, to be quite honest. In goes Mike, and bowls looking for the Yorker down the leg side. It goes, doesn't get anything on it. Molten good stop by Swindles. End of the over. Half an hour has passed in the day's play. 1 wicket has been taken, but these last pair at the wicket for Derbyshire acquitting themselves admirably.
Indeed. Molton has 4, Aitchison has 12. The announcement on the Derbyshire Facebook page seems to have split opinion. One says, yay, that's the best news I've heard all year, onwards and upwards. The very next comment says, very sad to read this. He lives and breathes cricket and cares deeply about Derbyshire. I don't think there's any doubt about that. As Barnes is in again and bowls to Aitchison, who flicks this away very pleasantly down to long leg for a single. He moves on to 13. It means they're 197 runs behind and need 48 more runs to avoid the follow-on Derbyshire. But they only have this last wicket left after Sam Connors was dismissed for 9. They're saying that people have very short memories. As Barnes is in, defended by Molton, straight back to the bowler. Unless we can recruit better players, says this one, to compete, it doesn't matter who's in charge. Followed by one that says about time. So you pay your money and you take your choice. Here's Barnes in again. Does that strike the pad? Does he get some bat on it? I think he has got bat on it. Oh no, he hasn't. It's leg byes. Leg byes down the leg side. 44. 44 to avoid the follow-on. Yeah, the last pair at the wicket now. Wesley, Ed Molton has 4, Ben Aitchison has 13, Derbyshire 335 for 9. They're still 44 runs shy of the follow-on target, and if they don't reach it, then they will almost certainly have to bat for the remainder of the day to get a draw. An unsuccessful appeal for leg before wicket there. 193 runs behind, Derbyshire 335 for 9. It's a little bit high, possibly, that shout. Here comes Barnes again in and bowls. That's defended by Molton out into the offside. 335 for 9 now. Well, Wesley did get the email because I've just heard him read out the email, so that's good. The news at 11 o'clock. Here's Barnes again from the city end. Ed Molton on 4, waits and tries to flick this away there. Well, Barnes he's appealing for everything now. Appealing for a strangle down the leg side this time. There's some fielding helmets being brought out at the end of the over. 335 for 9, still trailing by 193 at Derbyshire, so 44 away from the follow-on. Molton has 4, Aitchison has 13.
And Leicestershire's captain Callum Parkinson is going to bring himself on from the racecourse and replacing Ben Mike. He's going to maybe lob up a few to Aitchison. So go on then.
7 large blows and Derbyshire are there. Well, not quite, but
interesting to see what field he starts with. It looks as though it's going to be a close catching field, not an in and out field. So we've got mid on and mid off conventionally back. They're just right, and Mike are just taking a few steps back. Otherwise, as I say, fairly single saving field. Short leg is in. In goes Parkinson, tosses it up, and it's driven firmly back to him by Ben Aitchison. Parkinson, a brisk and purposeful walk back to his mark. In he goes and bowls. Aitchison forward, getting to the pitch of the ball. Forward defensive out into the offside. Will Davis runs round to pick up. Mike has gone a good few yards back now, so he's a deep-ish mid-off. About halfway back as Parkinson is in. Tempted, but to Aitchison not to be tempted. He's just leaning forward, pushing the ball back down the pitch. Davis walks in and picks up. Cabbage White flutters along the boundary edge as Parkinson bowls. Aitchison is looking to drive to a certain extent there, pushing at it quite firmly. Took a thick outside edge, rolled along the ground towards Barnes at backward point. The field gets closer as 4 balls have been bowled. Parkinson is in. Aitchison doesn't care 4 balls have been bowled. He just defends the 5th out into the offside. Again, there is no run. Last ball of the over. Parkinson is in. Flatter, quicker delivery. Aitchison just waits for it in the crease. No turn. And turns his wrists on it. Pushes the ball out towards Chris Wright at mid-on. A maiden for Callum Parkinson, and every player leaves the pitch they are heading for. The two 12th men.
Derbyshire declared then.
As drinks are coming on the field. 335 for 9. There was nothing there for Parkinson at all, was there? And the
it
pitch
didn't
looked,
seem to be. And
if anything, a bit slower.
And if he is to bowl from one end, then that sort of halves the problems that the batsman might have. So they might have to have a little rethink. Leicestershire potentially. It was a very quick drinks break. A lot of games that we didn't think would get to day 4 have got to day 4. Lancashire 134 for 2, needing a further 310 at Trent Bridge to beat Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire 157 for 3. They need another 139 runs to beat Hampshire at Edgbaston. Glamorgan, well, they're clinging on by their fingertips at 358 for 8 against Durham. They still trail by 48 runs in their second innings. Northamptonshire 123 for 3, still needing a further 197 to beat Surrey at Wantage Road as Ed Barnes begins a new over. And Molton defends it back towards him. And in that ridiculous game being played at home, a wicket has fallen today. Sussex, in reply to Middlesex's highest score in first-class cricket, which is a little surprising, of 676 for 5 declared. Sussex are now 148 for 1, trailing by 528. It's only day 3 there, so they've got another 5 sessions and a half of interminable batting still to come at Hove. Here is Barnes, in and bowls. That one's down the leg side. Molton thinks he's missed out. It was well claimed by Swindles behind the stumps. Derbyshire, of course, go to Hove for the final game. Sorry, Rich.
No, it's okay. So, a couple of tweets to the effect that, quote, looks like Fletch hat safe. I'm trying to remember what your hat bet was. It was something to do with...
I said if they avoided the follow-on, I'd eat my hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, well, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't possess a hat, so 335 for 9, and that one is turned into the leg side by Molton.
It looks like they're going to do it in ones, put it that way.
Yeah, it could take a while, couldn't it? It could take a while.
Why not?
Yeah, absolutely, if they do it. I mean, it means draw, but...
Yes, looks that way.
Because the pitch, I can't imagine that it's going to offer any more for the Derbyshire bowlers than it's offered for the Leicestershire bowlers. And it will all be effectively down to scoreboard pressure, won't it, ultimately? I would have thought. As Molton waits, and this one is driven very pleasantly, but Parkinson moves around to his left to do the fielding. He falls to his knees as he fields. He's okay, though.
So 44. Is that right? Now needed? 335, is
yes,
that? Yeah.
We have 44.
44 away.
379 is that magical figure. First time I would have thought that 379 has ever been a magical figure. Stand to be corrected, of course. In comes Barnes again. Molton waits and defends it out into the offside again, up to Parkinson once more. There's still a bit of chat. They'd have probably hoped to have polished Derbyshire off inside the opening half hour with numbers 9 and 10 out there with only 11 to come, but fair play to the Derbyshire bowlers here.
Batters, even?
Well, yes, the bowlers who are batting, yes.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yes, yeah, no, you're right, you're right. It is.
No, they're doing
They are
brilliantly.
batting. They are at least hanging around, which is good to see as Molton's beaten outside the off stump, and it goes through to Swindles, who's now got 3 separate helmets to try to pick up, and he gets a little bit of assistance from Hassan Azad, who comes and picks 2 of them up, which is probably just as well. He looks like one of those glam rock stars because he's got the zips down the side of his cricket trousers unzipped as far as halfway up his. She looks like he's got the
70s Elvis sort of thing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, he's got the white jumpsuit on. Just needs a bit of glitter. He's probably got some dark glasses somewhere upon his person. He's going in at short leg.
Thank you very much. Jake on Twitter, can't see us winning this.
Well,
and I think sometimes Jake tries that as a sort of jinx thing, but I think he's serious.
Nice
I think he's serious. on this one. Sam Evans, is that going in at a silly point? As Parkinson goes in, tosses it up to Aitchison, who strokes it away. Through point, he's going to pick up 1 as George Rhodes, who is sort of sweeping out there on the cover boundary, runs around to field. See what Molton makes of Parkinson. He's got 4 close fielders now as Parkinson is in. Molton is forward, playing it to Evans, who's the silliest of them on the offside. Davis is sort of almost directly behind Evans, obviously isn't directly, but only a pace perhaps to his right for an attempted drive. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and just leans forward Molton. All the time and patience in the world, just pushes it back. Down the pitch on the offside, Davis reaches across and field. There's a sense of almost ennui out there at the moment. Parkinson is in, Molton is forward. Better length, really. He's going to try and get forward anyway. He didn't get to the pitch of that one, but it didn't turn. So he was able to play it off the pitch, just drop it out into the offside. Parkinson looks around, jogs in and bowls, tosses it right up and waits for it. Ed Molton. Back down the pitch it goes. Yeah, and Jake does say on Twitter, yeah, I'm actually serious this time. It isn't an attempt to jinx. Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short, a flatter delivery and played off the stumps off his back foot perfectly easily by Ed Molton, who remains 4 not out, and Derbyshire remain 336 for 9.
Well, the evidence would certainly suggest that Jake was Jake, wasn't it?
Well, he does use he finishes with the phrase, pitch is dead.
Well, the ease with which numbers 9, 10 and 11, I know they've got 1 wicket, they've got Sam Connors out this morning, but for the 9, 10 and 11 to see off relatively fresh-ish bowlers in for 45 minutes, you would expect top 5 batsmen to be able to do something similar, as Ed Barnes is in, bowls a full delivery, and it's punched back down the ground towards him. He can't quite gather it himself, but Chris Wright can, coming across from mid-on.
He does look a bit like Elvis now, doesn't he? Azad with his back
it's
to us.
Terrific effort, that, isn't it? It's marvellous. Yeah. Hassan Azad has left the building. He hasn't. But it does look remarkable. That is bizarre. He's got the fielding pads on underneath his cricket trousers, that's why. As Barnes bowls a grunt as he releases the ball, and it's just pushed with the greatest of ease, really, by Ed Molton out into the offside, where it's fielded by Will Davis.
It's one of those wickets on which, if you get in line, you can survive for a long, long time. They could get themselves out by trying something, by trying an attacking shot. If they don't,
that doesn't bode well for the rest of the day, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Have you got a board game we could play?
No, it doesn't.
We'll both be playing games on our laptops at some point during the proceedings. That one is aerially into the leg side, and they're going to get 2 runs for this. Ed Molton's going to move on to the heady heights of 6 not out here.
Aitchison.
It was Aitchison. It was Aitchison. Beg your pardon. Moves on to 16. They're not quite so heady, those heights, but the partnership's now worth 24. The score has moved to 338 for 9. Do they need 41?
379 minus 338. Sounds about right.
I know. Just
sounds about right.
Maths. Nightmare. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside. But of course, what's going to happen is there's no run there. It's picked up by Will Davis. What's going to happen is they'll get really close and then they'll all panic. That's always what happens. There's no seems to happen. Nick Buxton, maybe it's on the email, fletchercricket@gmail.com. Maybe we've been missing a trick the entire season. If we'd reversed the batting order, then we perhaps would have won in the county championship. Number 6 onwards have shown more application and more sound defensive technique than the top 5 as Barnes bowls down the leg side. Taken by Swindles as Aitchison tries to flick it away. Something to think about for next season with an exclamation mark, yes. I'm certain it won't happen, but certainly the application shown by Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest yesterday was admirable. Admirable. George Rhodes just warming up at just slightly backward point, which is also where the umpire is, Umpire Bailey. Presumably the sun, well, he's got the sun in his eyes. Barnes bowls, that looked like a quicker delivery, and Aitchison keeps it out, defends it into the offside, turns around, puts his back over the crease line, and they've lasted 47 minutes now. Aitchison 16, Molton 4, the partnership worth 24. Derbyshire 338 for 9 now, with 41 more runs required to avoid the follow-on. It was 65 when they came together. Obviously, because I've told you what the partnership is, but
Davis too, windmilling his arms at silly-ish mid-off as Parkinson is in. Forward goes Ed Molton, calmly down into the ground. Davis has it in his hands.
On a pitch where it isn't turning, Molton would be far happier facing the spinner, wouldn't he? Just going, just propping forward and defending it.
Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short. He stays on the back foot, turns it just past Azad, who has to trot in pursuit towards backward square, and after an enquiring look, Molton and Aitchison complete a single. He moves on to 5, 339 for 940. More needed as Parkinson is in. Bowls, forward goes Aitchison back down the pitch. He is not going to do this quickly. He's not going to be tempted to hit out. It seems at the moment. Will his patience snap? How strong is the elastic? We shall see. How great the temptation. Parkinson is in, bowls to him. He's not tempted on that occasion. Forward he goes, thick inside part of the bat, pushes the ball out towards mid-wicket. Lewis Hill is in to field. Parkinson bowls, flatter delivery, driven quite firmly along the ground all the way, but only as far as Rhodes at extra cover or cover. No run. Parkinson, this is coming to the end of his 29th over now. Remarkable figures of 2 for 34. He tosses that one up, but Aitchison is forward. A statement defensive shot. Back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. A single from the over. How many fours has he conceded? 4 fours from those 29 overs. 158 dot balls he's bowled.
Remarkable.
There could be a few more as well,
well
today,
yeah,
potentially.
So.
If these two save the follow-on, for sure. Well, not if these two save the follow-on.
No, if they save the punt, it is still odds against. It's odds against until it happens, really, given that they're both numbers 10 and 11. 40 more runs. Can they eke these 40 runs? Ed Barnes. Leg slip in place, 2 regular slips. That little inside edge onto his pads goes down to that leg slip. Who is Sam Evans? He's got the fielding pads on as well. Almost entirely immobile, half the fielders with various pads on. He's zipped his trousers up though, so he doesn't favour the Elvis look. Hassan Azad does. Davis in with a short mid-wicket. As Molton waits, Barnes bowls to him, and he just guides it very pleasantly into the leg side, and poor old Evans with the pads on has to go chasing after it. Picks up another single. He moves on to 6. He is now at the heady heights of 6. 39 to avoid the follow-on. See, I'm finding it gripping. I'm sure that most Leicestershire listeners will be finding it exceptionally irritating. But I'm finding this absolutely gripping.
I think there's a certain fatalism among Leicestershire supporters. They've judged the pitch and from Leicestershire's point of view, found it wanting in terms of off movement.
Yeah. Barnes bowls. That's a short delivery that he. Well, it's down the leg side. I didn't think he dealt with that particularly well, but he had, because he just sort of leant forward. Thought for a moment he'd lost the flight.
Yeah, I thought he ducked into it for a second as well, but
obviously he'd seen it going down the leg side and just sort of bent at the waist forward to get out of the way of it. Dealt with it very comfortably indeed in the end. Ben Aitchison, as I said yesterday, has batting in his history. As he waits now, and he ducks underneath that one from Barnes. I think I'm not sure that Barnes is quick enough to unleash a barrage of short deliveries to trouble the batsman necessarily. Never seemed that quick or quick enough to do that when he was on loan here. I haven't seen an awful lot of him this season, of course, but known for his batting these days, of course. The farmer. He's bowling from the city end in to Aitchison, who gets struck on the pad, and he's gone. And there it is. Ed Barnes gets his first wicket. Ben Aitchison's resistance has come to an end, and Derbyshire are all out for 340, which means they still trail by 188 and almost certainly will be forced to follow on.
Barnes, it was relief, wasn't it, really, as he punched the air. There was no great joy, I don't think. And I think we've seen enough this morning already in the first hour of play to know just how hard it is for Leicestershire to now go on, assuming they do request Billy Godman and Derbyshire to bat again.
It'd be quite a surprise if they didn't, wouldn't it?
It would be a little bit of a surprise, but it may be that they've seen enough saying, oh no, we'll send us out and Evans out, and we'll sit up in the cool of the pavilion and watch you sweat instead. But I suspect they obviously will enforce a follow-on, but it is going to be a fearful job to take 10 wickets in what is left of what is in 2.5 sessions. Well, less than 2.5 sessions now, is it? What time are we coming up to? Yeah, 2.5 sessions, essentially.
2.5 sessions. They have enforced the follow-on, we're being told, so
with a lead of 188, so they effectively, Derbyshire want to get well past that to ensure the game is saved, really.
Yes,
shouldn't be an issue.
It shouldn't, but it might take a while.
Might take a while.
Yeah, which is fair enough, and you'll be able to hear it all here, of course, and watch it all. We'll take a quick break as the heavy roller comes on. Just to, no, we can't use the heavy roller, can they? It must be for a different pitch, surely. They've already used it once. Well, it's coming on. So they've got the heavy roller on. So if the pitch wasn't doing anything this morning before the heavy roller, it almost certainly won't do anything now after the heavy roller. We'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes.
after applying himself admirably, was leg before wicket to Ed Barnes for 16. So Derbyshire trail by 188. And out to the wicket come the two Derbyshire openers. The captain, Billy Godman, back in his sleeveless sweater. Amazingly, yesterday he came out, first time I think I have ever seen him in just his shirt. But no, he's back in his lucky, I'm sure, Derbyshire sleeveless sweater this morning. Tom Wood, of course, the right-handed opener, is with him, and Wood is going to be on strike. It's going to be hard work for Leicestershire, but you never quite know. The heavy roller has done its work. The pitch looks beautiful, actually, from a batting point of view. Unmarked, really. The greenness of the first day long since gone. BBC bringing you ball-by-ball commentary. BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. In comes Chris Wright and bowls outside off stump, rather loops through, swings away into the gloves of Harry Swindles. And there is no run. They need 2 or 3 probably this morning, Leicestershire. In fact, they need the new ball. Really, they need to have Derbyshire in a sort of position that they were in the first innings, 56 for 5 before Messrs. Anna Stahl and Brooke Guest performed miracles, really. A 6th wicket record stand for Derbyshire in first-class cricket as Wright goes in and bowls, and he's caught behind Wood. He went for the shot, an astonishing shot, flicked at it outside off stump, took the outside edge, and the catch is taken by Harry Swindles. What an extraordinary shot by Wood in the circumstances. It was wide, it was going further, but he flicked his hands at it. It was no sort of shot at all. Took the outside edge, and, well, Leicestershire couldn't have asked for a better start as they look to take these 10 second innings wickets of Derbyshire. An absolutely extraordinary shot from Tom Wood, and he has nicked off to Harry Swindles. And, well, Leicestershire's hopes spring eternal. And if Derbyshire are going to play shots like that, they will have a chance of taking the 10 wickets they need to win the match. 0 for 1. Derbyshire, after just 2 balls of their second innings. The disbelieving, I suspect, and celebratory tweets coming in from Leicester supporters already. As Dave Fletcher has done his update for BBC Radio Derby's FM frequency, and I suspect he's probably slightly open-mouthed at that.
Well, that went well, didn't it? What was? Well, I just said an appalling shot.
An astonishing shot.
Absolutely appalling from Tom Wood.
Second ball of the day. And it was wide and going wider, and he should have had nothing to do with it.
No, that's... Well, I just suggested there to Ian Sky that the tail-end batsman had shown the way forward. Just play it straight. He's played that one away from his body, no foot movement, as you say, wide and going wider. I mean, it's an absolute gift for Chris Wright, isn't it?
Astonishing. Second ball of the innings. So, Wright, with a real spring in his step. Leicestershire likewise comes in to the left-hander, who's squared up, takes an outside edge there. Duploy was really nowhere. Not too much foot movement. He's picked up 2 runs as the ball squirts away off the outside edge down towards wide third man. But goodness me, that was very close to beating the left-hander and thumping into his pads in front of all 3. A little bit of swing back in for Chris Wright. Well, a bit more interesting than we suspected it was going to be to start with.
Already.
Wright is in. Duploy, that's much better. Is leaning forward into a defensive push back down the pitch towards Wright, who half stops it in his follow-through with his right hand.
It's about discipline, though, isn't it? Batting discipline. That's all. That's what's required today. And these, Tom Wood, yes, to a degree, less experience, but Lewis Duploy's got plenty of experience in first-class cricket from South Africa, and obviously from his time at Derbyshire. Wayne Madson's got all the experience in the world. Billy Godman's got all the experience in the world, and they should be able to last out there.
No question about it. Right is in to deploy, very full, driven away on the half volley, out towards the extra cover boundary. Evans is in pursuit. I think he's going to get there. He does. Duploy picks up 3 to go with a rather more fortunate 2. He picked up off his first ball. 5 for 1, Derbyshire, or 5 to Leos Deploy.
And the other thing, of course, is that people say, well, Dave Houghton, why is he going? Well, he's a world-renowned batting coach. Surely a few words from him at the start would have basically been, look, lads, it looks fairly straightforward out there. Yes, it's a big deficit. Just go out and bat properly. Properly.
Oh, Wright is ready, but Billy Godman steps away. And umpire Rob Bailey, umpires, of course, having changed ends at long last, puts out his left hand and Wright curves away from the crease that he was approaching.
Our Horwich correspondent says, awful shot from Wood that.
I'm afraid it was.
That's how 21-year-olds speak, of course, these days. At least he spots an awful shot, knows an awful shot when he sees one.
Right is in to Godman, who is hurried and a little ungainly as he digs that foolish delivery out. Straight ball pushed out to Ben Mike, and mid-off, end of the first over of the innings, a successful one for Christopher Wright. 5 for 1, Derbyshire. 9 more needed, but
well, 12 at the start of the day, 3 down, 9 to go. We haven't got to lunch yet. And as I said earlier, it's unlikely that Derbyshire, well, they shouldn't have to, but it's unlikely that both Dahl and Guest will come off for a second time. It happens so infrequently that batsmen score runs in both innings that it's going to have to be somebody else who steps up to the mark here. Well, Tom Wood's gone. That could be very bad news for his entire first-class career, in all honesty. As Will Davies begins a new over from the racecourse end, and that's turned into the leg side by the left-handed Deploy down towards long leg. And they get through for a single. 6 for 1. There must be a substitute fielder out there, because Ed Barnes has just walked down the pavilion steps, ready to come back on, presumably having bowled. Picked up the wicket, he had a little celebration. A rounded toast. Was tucked into the lunch early. There's Davies in again to Godman this time, and Godman turns it into the leg side. And Mike does the fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I thought there'd be more chat than there is, actually. I think they were cock-a-hoop, of course they were, when they got Wood. But they're quite quiet out there, the Leicestershire boys, at the moment. Here comes Davies. Ball to Godman, who defends it back to the bowler. And there's no run. 78 overs, including this one, left in the day's play. So that little partnership from Hinson and Molton has just made it slightly trickier. Not much trickier, but slightly trickier for Leicestershire, although if they stick to their processes. I can hear Paul Nixon saying that. This next delivery is defended by Godman back to Davies. They should have enough time to go on and complete victory, to move themselves well clear of the bottom 2 in Division 3, Sussex and Derbyshire. That'd be a belter if they're within a few points of each other. Sussex and Derbyshire down at home on the last round of matches, trying to desperately avoid the wooden spoon. Davies is in, and that one's down the leg side. Godman tries to flick it away, makes no contact. Swindles dives away to his right-hand side to stop the ball. Takes it cleanly.
Here's one for David Griffin, perhaps. Phil Brown, who keeps very detailed statistical records for Leicestershire, is contemplating the partnership for the 6th wicket of 227.
Davis is in to Godwin once again, and he turns this down towards fine leg for a single. 7 for 1. Godwin's off the mark.
Points out that it's 66.8% of the total of the innings, and thinks that it is such an extraordinarily high proportion, it may, in fact, be a world record. I'd be very surprised.
Of a completed innings.
Yeah. But I'd be really surprised, Phil, because there's sort of one or two when you've had big partnerships at the top of an innings and then everybody else has sort of fallen in a heap. But certainly it's a very high proportion, and I might throw that one Griff's way.
Yeah, you do that. I think I might. Well, he's in a good mood today. If I was you, I'd whisper it to him, though.
It'd take an awful lot of checking,
wouldn't it? Yeah.
An awful lot of checking. As Chris Wright comes in and bowls to Billy Godman, who's pushing out into the leg side, suddenly realises that Evans is running to his right from sort of square leg towards mid wicket, and there might be a single in it. Duploy sends him back. Got suddenly excited there, Billy, having been deep in his crease, and took a couple of quick strides forward and stay there, wrapped Duploy.
Yeah. The last thing they want is a run out, clearly.
Right turns. 3 slips and a gully as he comes in and bowls to Godleman, who again is reaching forward, pushing out into the offside this time. Ed Barnes now back with us, having done what was necessary after he finally managed to pick up a wicket. 1 for 56 in the end for Ed Barnes. Finally managed to wrest a leg before decision, a positive leg before decision out of umpire Ramage, having posed the question to him 5, maybe even 6 times yesterday.
Several.
All of which were turned down. Right into Godleman, who is forward on off stump, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out to Evans at point.
He deserved a wicket, didn't he?
I think he did. Sheer effort.
Just for determination.
Just to give you the Leicestershire bowling figures from Derbyshire's first innings, Chris Wright bowled 26 overs, took 2 for 55, 9 maidens. Will Davis, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 62. Ben Mike, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 88. Barnes, 1 for 56 from 22.5. Callum Parkinson, 29 overs, 16 maidens, 2 for 34. Chris Wright is in. He's cutting nicely Billy Godleman down in the gap between third slip and gully. It bounces a couple of times as it goes between them and runs down to the third man boundary for 4. Irritate Fletch those gaps, and
well, they do.
You can see why.
It's madness, really, isn't it, to have a gap? If there's no gap and it flashes beyond third or fourth slip, if you've got them all together, then you think, well, fair enough. You'd have had to have had further slips. But if you've got the requisite number of slips there and it still gets through the gap, I mean, first, second and third, first is slightly deeper, but second and third are so close together, they could virtually put their arms around each other, couldn't they? They're too close together, for me.
Do seem very close as Wright is in. Godleman leaves, a sort of jumpy step forward type leave, bounces through at a decent pace and height into the gloves of Harry Swindles, allowed to do so. 11 for 1. Then Derbyshire 6 to deploy, 4 now to Billy Godleman.
Andy Walker's been in touch after Yorkshire had wrapped up things at Scarbados, as he calls it, clearly a Yorkshire fan. Listening, and he says today looks tricky, but I think that Derbyshire should hold on. All the best, he says. Yeah.
So do we. Well, they should.
Optimism. Well, they should.
In goes Wright, and Godleman leaves, and it's a no ball. He bowled several yesterday, Chris Wright, from this racecourse end. They were called by Rob Bailey, and he's calling him again for overstepping. 13 for 1.
He bowled 4 no balls yesterday, 2 from Ben Mike, 1 from Callum Parkinson, inexplicably. And I think nearly all of them were called from this end. If not all of them, I couldn't swear to that, but...
Rob Bailey, eagle eyes.
Well, he spotted a contact lens, didn't he?
right bowls, slightly short of a length this time, and on the back foot, Godman defends back down the pitch on the offside, picked up by Ben Mike. That is the end of the over. 13 for 1, the score.
And as Dahl said yesterday, it actually fell out of it. This is remarkable, isn't it? Contact lens. It fell out of his eye while they were taking a run. So we knew it when it had fallen out.
Brilliant spot.
It was about half an hour later that umpire Bailey clearly spotted something glistening, and there it was in the middle of the pitch. A contact lens. Unbelievable.
We'll save Anuj a few quid. Assuming it's not been all trodden down or scuffed or what have you.
Will Davis to begin a new over from the racecourse end into Leicestershire. Leaves alone outside the off stump. That one didn't get up very high. Taken low down to his left in front of first slip by Harry Swindles.
Morning, Martin Barry. Still hoping for Fox's victory, he says, but the pitch, to be honest, looks dead. He says, I didn't have a great year with the bat, but I think even I would find some form on that.
Get him down. Let's get him on at the close of play. Fire a few down at him. Deploy waits. Takes a step forward and then defends it, and it goes back towards his stumps. He has to kick it away. A couple of 90s this season for Leicestershire, but precious little else. Billy Godman. I think that was his season high score. Was it? What did he make in the first inning? 60 odd? Did he? I can't remember.
Who, Billy?
Yeah. Did he make some runs? I had a feeling that he did. I don't know why. It's a long time ago, that now, isn't it? Here comes
14.
Oh no, that isn't a season high. He defends this one. He seemed to be there a long time. 59 deliveries, you're right. He was one of the two players out yesterday, wasn't he? Yesterday morning. What am I talking about?
Brunty's speculating on the type of hat that you might wear. He says he was surprised to learn you didn't have one.
No, I have some baseball caps. But
he says he can see you with a Peaky Blinders style flat cap.
No. Davis bowls. It's defended by Leicestershire.
Or, quote, a steampunk top hat with driving goggles.
Yeah.
Or on reflection, one of those leather flying helmets favoured by Dick Dastardly. He says, which would also be easier to digest.
Yes, anything made out of the hide of an animal that you could boil up into a nice soup. I've got a couple of baseball caps, actually. But having no hair, you have to wear a hat at times, don't you, really?
I don't know.
No, you never will, I don't suppose. Oh, edged and, edged, inside edge, down to the man at leg gully, just to his left, and it goes away for a single. He wasn't a million miles away from it there, that fielder in the leg side.
That's what he's there for.
Yeah, that's what he's there for. That was close. Did I say edged? It was an edge. It was an inside edge.
He was a bit slow reacting there. Is it Sam Evans who's in there?
I was hoping you
it
might
was
be
a perfect catching height, wasn't it?
It was. It was just to his left. And it must be tricky because you have to basically expect the ball to come to you every delivery, don't you? Because you're not going to see it come off the bat every single time. Godman waits now. Around the wicket comes Davis, and he leaves that one. That looked a good leave. Davis thought it was a good leave too. It's the end of the over. 14 for 1 Derbyshire after 4. Still needing another 174 to make Leicestershire bat again.
It is Sam Evans.
Voluntary shot, really, from Leicestershire. Strange old shot, in honesty, with the man there, because that tickle down the leg side suddenly becomes quite dangerous. And he does play the ball away from his body, certainly early in his innings, Deploy. But he gets away with 1. He's on 7. Godman has 4.
Chris Wright continues from the city end, comes in and bowls to Godman, who is all care and attention as he gets right in line and pushes that one back off middle and leg out towards Parkinson. mid on. Wright's, what is it now? Is it just his third over? No, it can't be that. That can't be right.
Yeah, yes.
Feels like more, doesn't it?
When he had 4 overs.
Yes. In he comes. Bowls. Deploy again, turning it off his legs, off the straight, and you heard the Wright's groan of frustration. He thought that might just have swung back, beaten the inside edge, thumped into the pads. Got plenty on it, Deploy.
As a result of the day's end, Durham have beaten Glamorgan by an innings and 42 at Chester Street. Glamorgan all out 3-6-4 second time round.
They did well in the end to extend it into a 4th day, didn't they? Because
That was a delight
one
for everybody,
stage.
I would have thought.
Yeah. There'll be a certain amount of frustration as Wright goes in and bowls full to Duploy's thinking about driving, but knows it's a bit too early. Just strokes it out to mid-off. Barnes, who fields. Not Barnes, who is in out there. He's got his head down. The way he's polishing the ball suggests it might be Ben Mike. Yep, it is.
853 for 6 now, the score at Hove. So 677 for 1. In reply to Middlesex is 676 for 5 declared.
What am I
A
thinking?
word with the groundsman.
Right, is in, and he is driving in the air. Deploy, it flashes wide of gully, runs down to third man. Davis picks up, so it is going to be just one, but that was a little bit loose.
Away from his
Deploy.
body again, really, isn't it? And
A little bit.
he's almost a typical left-hander, but without the footwork. Early in his innings, and you'll see him, and he might do it now, I don't know, but when he comes out first, he's desperate to get his feet moving. He does the juggling to get his eyes coordinated before he comes out to bat. He wouldn't have had much time to juggle with Wood going second ball of the innings, but
Right into Godman, who is beaten outside off stump. I think he looked as though he dropped his hands after having had a little feel for that one. Let's have a look. Yeah, he did play at it. And then twitched his hands back down again. A little bit too late. He walks away towards square leg, irritated with himself. 15 for 1. Just 4 to Billy Godman. So if I didn't do too much, just kind of pushed across him a little bit. 14 deliveries he's faced now for his 4 runs. Right is in. Bowls to him, straightens him up a little bit, and he's a bit late on it, pushing it back from middle and leg, back down the pitch. It trickles into the leg stump in front of the umpire. Nobody interrupts the ball en route, and the bail falls apologetically off. End of the over. 15 for 1. 8 to Deploy, 4 to Godman.
Deploy looks like he's going to change his gloves already. This could be a very long day. He's only faced 13 deliveries. And in fact, has only been out there for 4 overs and 4 balls.
Belated good morning, says Springsteen. 2 more before lunch and we win this.
Oof.
Not sure.
Fighting talk.
Not sure.
Fighting talk from Springsteen.
They have, what is it now, 35 minutes before lunch.
Burgers. Here comes Will Davis from the racecourse and bowls to Deploy, who
No, they do.
dabs it out into the offside. And they go through for a single. Callum Parkinson made a bit of a meal of stopping that one. Tried it with his feet, couldn't trap it. Looked very much like one of Bolton's players on Monday night there. Move on to 16 for 1.
I didn't raise that in the interview with Parker yesterday.
Perhaps wise.
Sore subject.
Yeah, perhaps wise. Yeah, they weren't very happy. Social media was alight after the Fletcher derby, as nobody calls it. Godman's back on strike. Davis around the wicket ball, somebody leaves alone. Goes through to Swindles. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank nominated for Manager of the Month. Quite right.
Seems fair enough.
3 wins, 2 draws and 1 defeat in the first 6. 3rd in the table.
Is it generally expected to be competitive this season, or
Well, they're still perceived as a very small club, which indeed they are.
what sort of crowds?
Around about the 3,000 mark. Davis is into Godman, who pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run. So,
nice little stadium.
oh,
isn't it?
beautiful!
I've been there
Yeah,
a couple of times.
really good club. Really good club. Well run, and his recruitment has been not quite impeccable, because Josh Parker, who arrived last January, has now been released, but nigh on impeccable so far. I get to see Daniel Jefferson, the England under-19 player, on Saturday against Gillingham. Looking forward to that. Here is Davis in to Godman. Gets an inside edge from a defensive shot. Just a little push, really, no more. Fielded by Evans. The batsmen get through for a single. Godman moves on to 5, 17 for 1. It was a busy time of year when the football season seems to overlap with the cricket season for about 4 months at the beginning and of the cricket season and 4 months at the end of it, but it was a busy time. Cricket's powers that be very kindly failed to schedule any Saturday cricket at this time of year. There's Davis around the wicket again, bowls to deploy down the leg side. He tried a little tickle, and there is that man at leg gully still standing there, so it's a dangerous shot to play, really, if he misjudges it, which he has done already once today. It was taken by Swindles, though, moving away to his right hand side. But he's got to be careful. There's a further protection down at long leg. He doesn't want to do anything silly. Lear's deploy, as in comes Davis again, and he dabs it out into the offside. And they go through for a comfortable single to take the score on to 18 for 1, deploying to double figures. He's on to 10. Derbyshire trailing by 170. At 18 for 1. Having already lost Tom Wood. Second ball of the innings. Poor shot. Caught by the keeper, Harry Swindles, off the bowling of Chris Wright, without scoring. Opening the batting in place of Lewis Rees, whose season is over. He's due to have a shoulder operation if he hasn't already had it. That could be a problem for the start of next season. Chris Wright begins a new over. 2, deploy and beats him. Well taken by Swindles. Just left him a touch, and deploy almost edged it through. Managed to avoid getting a touch on the ball. Bit more of a breeze today, coming in from the sort of northwest, really. No, northeast. Judging by the flag on top of the members' pavilion, as Wright is in, and that one's turned into the leg side. Oh, and deploy is set off for a single. Godman sends him back as the ball arrives at the left hand of Callum Parkinson, and well, he holds on to it because deploy had got back in time. And that's a couple of times now that they've rejected a single. Thumbs up between the two batsmen. No damage done. 18 for 1. Following on. Next delivery is edged, is it? Yes, through to the keeper. Deploy's gone. He just troops off, and that's 2. Harry Swindles gets the first 2. He got the first 4 in the first innings. Chris Wright has them both. And Derbyshire in a whole heap of trouble here. They're 18 for 2, following on, still 170 behind. Deploy goes for 10 from 19 deliveries. And the top order struggling once again, as Wayne Madsen will come out to the middle to join his skipper, Billy Godman. Deploy's barely halfway off. Head down, gloves in his left hand. Unbelievable. unbelievable. I'm afraid. Struggling again. The batting this season under one of the most world-renowned batting coaches has been appalling. Dave Houghton might want to go now. That might be my opening line. About to Dave Houghton might want to leave immediately because his side's struggling here. 18 for 2 following on. Tom Wood out to the second ball of the innings after Derbyshire were dismissed this morning for 340. And Leas Deploy has just gone. Both caught by Harry Swindles off the bowling of Chris Wright. Deploy made 10. Wayne Madson's come out to join Billy Godman in the middle. And Derbyshire are 18 for 2, requiring a further 170 to avoid an innings defeat.
Getting interesting. It was
that was perfect. That was just perfect. Well,
your update or your
no, not necessarily. The whole. I'll help listeners who couldn't hear the other side of the conversation out after this delivery from Chris Wright, who's in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who's off the mark straight away, taking one off his pads down to long leg for a single. The news of Dave Houghton leaving at the end of the season came before the update.
So you could.
Dave Houghton might want to leave immediately.
There was a certain logic to.
I love it when things like that come together. Beautiful, beautiful.
That was a good delivery from Wright, wasn't it?
Well, it was.
I could hear that. It was interesting in the effect. You could hear the nick in the effects, Mike.
He never looked completely settled, though, did he? Deploy.
He didn't.
He's right again into Godman, who does one of those extravagant leaves. That was even more extravagant than normal from Billy Godman. In fact, it's a good job he had a good grip on his bat, otherwise it would have gone out to Ed Barnes at mid-wicket. He just sort of flung it skywards. Could have gone anywhere. Ball goes through to Swindles. And it remains 18 for 2, but you're absolutely right. Interesting. I mean, Derbyshire are going to be relying on their middle and lower orders again now. And Leicestershire know that they get past one of these two, if not both of them, as Wright is into Godman, who fiddles this one out into the offside and takes a couple of steps forward, which sort of triggers Wayne Madsen to run towards him. Both of them eventually turn around and get back into their ground. It's the end of the over. Another successful over for Chris Wright. 2 for 13 from 4 overs now, Chris Wright. 19 for 2. Derbyshire trailing by 169 still. But yeah, it's a long way away, isn't it now, for Derbyshire?
Saving the game or making Leicestershire bat again, or both? The two not unrelated. Davis will continue from the racecourse end. 3 slips, and they are slips. There isn't a gully, there isn't a gap. There is a third man and a long leg. Davis is ready to go. Madsen, whom he dismissed in the first innings, waits, and Madsen is driving at one, a little loosely, thick inside edge into the ground. Bounces back towards Davis. Madsen makes all sorts of gestures with his right hand about what the ball did or didn't do. Rehearses the shot. If Mr. Madsen will be interested in potential coaching vacancy that Dave Fletcher points at me. In goes Davis, and it's a full delivery. Almost got to it on the full, I think, Madsen there, as he reached down, pushed it out into the covers wide of Barnes and jogs a single.
Both of these players, Madsen and Godman, have 12 months left on their contracts. So next season. And it's usually when there is 12 months left on a contract that you get an announcement about an extension or the offer of an extension or that kind, or a new contract. No news on that as yet. They were both speaking to Sam Rush earlier in this game, who was their agent.
Davis round the wicket to Godman, who leaves outside off stump. We do have sort of splits in the field now. It's a slightly eccentric field, really. There is Evans has come in at that leg gully position. We have 2 slips, but Rhodes has left 3rd slip and gone to about 4th slip, really quite close to the bat. But we've also got Ben Mike at a shortish mid wicket.
I have an observation about their contracts.
Davis, again, staying round the wicket to Godman, outside off stump, leaves.
And it is only an observation because I'm not privy to any kind of information, but I would have thought that the process to get a new coach in place will have to come before
one would assume so, yeah, absolutely,
they're offered new contracts, because the new coach might think, well, let's start looking towards youth. I mean, Wayne Madson's 37. Billy Godman didn't get a century last season, hasn't got a century since 2019.
Yeah, a very good point. In goes Davis and bowls down the leg side. Godman steps across, lets it go, and as Fletch says, a decent take. Leaping to his left by Harry Swindles behind the stumps. 7 catches in the match now for Swindles.
George Rhodes went across and slapped palms with his wicketkeeper. That was full stretch away to his right-hand side. Terrific take. Rhodes might just be wanting to stretch his legs, but
it does kind of put a big hold on everything, doesn't it, really? In goes Davis and bowls, slightly short of a length. Godman on the back foot, defends comfortably off middle and leg out towards Mike at mid-wicket. Nothing much surely can happen in terms of contract extensions until
no,
direction
absolutely.
of travel.
You don't want to, the word saddle, you know what I'm talking about. You don't want to saddle the new coach with players on multi-year deal contracts who he doesn't necessarily want, because it means he's got less money to try to bring in the players that he does want, whoever it may be.
Are a lot of players sort of out of contract coming up?
Not sure about everybody. Alex Hughes is out of contract. Chris Wright begins anew from the city end, and Madsen leaves alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Dustin Melton's just signed a new 1 year, or signed a contract for next season. He's making his comeback from injury in the seconds at the moment, but still counts as an overseas player for next year, as he tries to qualify on residency. I think he's been in the country 7 years now, he was telling me, but I think next year he qualifies as, becomes England qualified. Not that he's close to the England selection, of course. Right bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Madsen once again to go through to Swindles. George Scrimshaw, I know is out of contract, but the noises I'm hearing, I think Dave Howard admitted it at the forum on Sunday, didn't it, that he has offers from elsewhere and maybe going elsewhere, but who knows, the change of coach
might change his mind.
And then there's
I've heard he's signed elsewhere as well.
Yeah, but then there's the backroom staff. Where do they stand? Is he going to want to keep Ajmal Shahzad and Malloy, a new coach, as right bowls? And that one is pushed up to mid-on by Wayne Madsen. Are Malloy and Ajmal Shahzad going to throw their hats into the proverbial ring for the coach's job? Does it need somebody from outside the club who's got no Derbyshire baggage, as it were, which would obviously rule out Chris Adams, who I know is popular in some quarters?
Is he in the market, Chris? Is he?
I think he wants to get back. He's quite vocal about cricket still, isn't he? I think he wants to get back into the game in a coaching capacity. Enjoyed good success here, as this one is clipped slightly aerially initially by Wayne Madsen up towards the members' pavilion, and he picks up a couple of runs. Ben Mike goes chasing after it and brings it back rather than throwing it back. 2 more to the total. Madsen moves on to 4, 21. No, nonsense, 22, 4, 2. So there's all sorts of things and to be decided. I mean, Dave Howard hasn't left yet, so...
I wonder if he'll have any say. I doubt it in the appointment of his...
I think that would be unlikely given
Yeah.
how poor it's been this year, to then say here's the anointed successor as Madsen leaves the next delivery. It's a no ball. Next delivery from Chris Wright. He's hot on the no balls, is umpire Bailey. Umpire Ian Ramage may also be hot on the no balls, but certainly hasn't called as many. Breeze is starting to get up now. If you look at the flag,
Absolutely,
yeah, it's almost coming off the flagpole on it.
Might make it quite pleasant out there, relatively speaking. Take the edge off the heat.
Bring the rain. That's right. In again, bowls, and Madsen leaves outside the off stump. 24 for 2 after the no ball at the end. No, it isn't the end of the over. That's twice Chris Wright hasn't counted to 6. And there wasn't a no ball in the previous over. He didn't count to 6 in, I don't think. He thought it was the end of the over. It isn't. He's got to bowl another one at 24 for 2. The best Derbyshire can hope for out of this game is 11 points. With 8 for the draw. It's 8 and 16, isn't it? So Leicestershire looking for 21 here. That would shoot them up the tail, put them into title contention in Division 3. Elite 3, as I like to call it. Here is Wright bowling to Madsen, who pushes it out into the offside. And this time the over has come to an end, so Chris Wright can carry on walking. At 24 for 2, 4 to Madsen, 5 to Godman. The men out. Wood, second ball of the innings for Norton, deploy for 10. Both for Chris Wright, both to catches from Harry Swindles.
8 overs have been bowled with this ball. Leicestershire probably need another one.
It's only taken them 45 minutes to bowl them as well.
Yeah.
Which is decent.
Jeepers, yes.
It started just after 11:30, slightly less than 45 overs. They haven't been fetching it from the boundary too many times.
Godman asks Davis to wait, inspects the field minutely. He's ready now as Davis back over the wicket, bowls to the Derbyshire captain, plays it down into the ground. Davis takes it on the full in his follow through and goes through the motions of hurling the ball at the stumps. Godman hops back into his ground. Davis doesn't let go of the ball. Evans is still in there at that leg gully position. Nearly came off a couple of overs ago in that the ball flashed in the air past him, about chest high to his left. Davis is in and bowls. Godman thick inside edge. Evans at that leg gully has to go running back as it goes backward of square along the ground all the way. Godman takes a single. Wasn't quite sure where that had gone. He moves on to 7.26 for 2. More conventional field now. Evans goes down to wide third man for the right-handed Madsen. 3 slips as Davis is in, outside off stump. Madsen lets it go through. He's got one to bounce at Wayne Madsen in the first innings. Will Davis looking for that spot again. Pitch looks, as I say, relatively unmarked. You can't see any sort of follow through on it or anything like that. Obviously the crease areas are pretty worn. Pitch itself
shiny, isn't it?
Looks in good order as Davis is in, outside off stump. That does bounce a little bit, but conventionally not off a length or anything like it. Nothing explosive. It was an effort ball from Davis, too wide though. Madsen again, let it go through. Probably is a website somewhere which says the highest proportion of runs in an innings. Made by a partnership, as Davis is in again. Madsen leaves, but that sort of died into the gloves of Harry Swindles from Will Davis. Hasn't quite been as threatening in his opening spell as he was in his first opening spell, Derbyshire's first innings. 5 overs, 2 for 17 for Wright. Coming up to 5 overs at the moment, none for 7. He hasn't gone for any real runs, Will Davis, but that one down past leg gully aside hasn't really created any chances. That's a better straighter delivery on off stump, and Madsen is forward defending it out to Parkinson. And mid-off, end of the over, his 5th. The ever enthusiastic and cheerful Rhodes comes running up. I thought he was going to pat Davis on the back.
What was the percentage?
66 point something. I'll have a quick look again.
Feature in the top 1,000. The ACS, the Association of Cricket Statisticians. In fact, your correspondent really ought to have known this, because the highest percentage of runs from a single partnership is 91.59. For the first wicket in the game between Leicestershire and Middlesex against Leicestershire against Middlesex at Lords in 1960, they put on 196 of the 214 runs that were scored, and the batsmen concerned were both Leicestershire batsmen, Willie Watson, would it be Willie Watson, 1960, and M.R. Hallam. Hallam made 121, Watson made 61, and then the remaining batsmen made 4, 0, 1, 3, 0, 2, 0, 0, and 7 in an innings of 214. Ed Barnes begins his first spell of the second innings bowling to Billy Godwin. It's outside the off stump and goes through. They were following on Leicestershire in that game and lost the game in the end by 10 wickets. But there we go. Your wish is my command.
And that's the Association of Cricket Statisticians website.
Yeah, first class, highest percentage of total represented by a single partnership.
Yeah, it felt like there had to be a lot more, and it would be at the top of the order, wouldn't it?
And it would be Leicestershire, of course.
Yeah, amazing.
Sick next delivery is a short one. Godman ducks underneath it. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you again. What was the number? 60?
Sorry. Open it up again. At 66.8%.
There are hundreds more than that. I've only got down to 70. In fact, that's where it stops. The list occurrences of 70% or more. Spotted Derbyshire in that list yet, but I'm sure they'll be there. They are. One here in 1905, 70%. Here comes Ed Barnes again, bowls to Godman, who gets a little squared up by that one and defends it back down the track. Another one at Basingstoke, Derbyshire against Hampshire in 1914, in excess of 70%. Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire at Queen's Park. Yeah, it's a shame. It would have been good. Leicestershire appear in it a few times as well against Somerset in 2000. 71%, Richard, in 2000. Were you doing it then?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll let you off then. It's Ed Barnes in bowls to Godman, who cuts, and he's going to get a single for it down to Will Davis, who's at a wide third man. It was a typical Godman cut where he sort of crouches down and his feet almost leave the floor. I just want to find one that either of us might have seen, which will make us both look foolish, but I can't. A lot from the early 1900s, as you might expect. But that one at the top of the list, 91%.
That's amazing.
From the openers, and then they were still bowled out for next to nothing. Good website, that, really good website. As you'd expect, as this next delivery is defended off the back foot by Madsen up to Parkinson at mid-off. Barnes is now doing a Ben Mike. Scratching, not quite to the same violent degree, but scratching away at the foot marks. 26 4-2. Derbyshire still 162 behind. Following on, having been dismissed this morning for 340. Barnes, who took one of the 2 wickets to fall this morning, is in. Bowls to Manson, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Barnes can't believe that didn't bowl him. It didn't. 26 for 2 at the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it, from that Godman cut. He's on 7. Manson has 4. Oh, I thought Ben Mike was going to take the ball to the umpire then. He's given it to Chris Wright to have a look at. He decides against polishing it.
I think it's moving as much as they could have hoped for or expected. Leicestershire, I don't think they'd be keen to change it. There's a little bit of shape. There's ever been a lot of high cloud around, very high white cloud now, so a little bit more comfortable out there. As Davis is in to Godman, who's dropping the ball out into the offside, just pushing it out slightly wide of Parkinson. To mid-off, he has to run around towards extra cover. A comfortable single is taken. I think I saw Parkinson just sort of beginning to roll his shoulder, so I would anticipate that this, unless it's a wicket taking over, will be Davis's last, and Parkinson will probably bowl the last over before lunch from this racecourse end of the ground. Assuming they get on with it. They get another couple. In goes Davis and bowls to Madison, who's clipping. Slightly loose, it's slightly sort of aerially. Not that the ball was aerial, but there was a slight air of looseness about the way he turned that towards mid-wicket. And seeing that, Callum Parkinson brings George Rhodes out of third slip into short mid-wicket. He and Ben Mike both at short mid-wicket alongside each other. Funky fields as Davis is in to Madison, and it is clipped in the air, but perfectly competently and determinedly over square leg and a bit wide of square leg out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. So whether he was actually bowling for Madison to clip one in the air in the leg side, I'm not quite sure, but Madison accepted the invitation if he was and played the shot beautifully, really. It was exactly what he intended to do. Hit it in the middle. Anyway, no chance at all for either Rhodes or Mike, or indeed Evans, who's at square leg. In front of square, actually. Out comes the helmet for the wicketkeeper. Harry Swindles is going to stand up to Will Davis, so Madison using his feet, and Evans, having come back up to square leg, has now been sent out to deep square leg on the boundary. So he's trying to make things happen, Parkinson, trying to get into the batsman's mind. As Davis is in, Madison goes back and turns it out to Evans at that square leg position and jogs one. In control, Wayne Madsen at the moment. 31 for 2 anyway. He's joined, he hasn't joined Godman and 8. He's on 9 now with that single. 32 for 2. Scoreboard will get there in the end. Will he get there before the next delivery? There, he has. Just. In goes Davis and bowls. Godman is forward solidly. Back down the pitch it goes, picked up by Parkinson. No run. Madsen wanders out. You can almost see, he's tapping the pitch quite gently with the bottom of his bat, but you can almost hear it. It's so firm. Takes a little bit of earth off the pitch, flicks it away as Davis is in, outside off stump. Late-ish leave from Godman, but a comfortable leave nonetheless. End of the over, and I suspect that will be it for Will Davis's opening spell. Leicestershire running to the end, at the change of overs, because they want to make sure that they get 2 more in before the interval, so that Parkinson can bowl the last. Billy Godman, has other ideas. He's fastening his shoelaces and his pad. Oh, he's sitting down now, Billy, in mid pitch. So he's actually taken his shoe off in his determination to ensure that there'll be just one more over, I suspect, before lunch. Now he's got it back on, but now he's down on one knee, fastening in it, taking his time. Wayne Madsen does some gardening, but Godman knows exactly what he's doing here. Picks up finally he's fastened his shoelaces, walks back. He raises a hand in apology to Callum Parkinson, who has his arms folded very pointedly at wide mid-off. Ed Barnes comes in and bowls short and wide and cut away, chopped away by Madsen for 4 in front of square on the off side. All Evans can do is jog after the ball as it crosses the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard. Madsen moves on to 13, 36 for 2.
Be the last over before lunch, will it? Should be.
I think it will be now.
They're trying, aren't they? Well, the batsman...
With that brilliant work by Godman. Actually took off his shoe.
It needs to be done.
It was... couldn't have been more blatant. Barnes is in past umpire Bailey bowls, and he goes past the outside edge, and Madsen is cross with himself. It bounced and left him, but didn't need to play at it. Did. Fortunate not to nick it through to Swindles.
Yeah. Concentration, application, 36 for 2, still a long way away from making Leicestershire bat again, 152 runs away. A lot rests on these two shoulders, you would have thought.
Barnes is in again. Madsen is looking to turn it into the leg side, does so, but only as far as Ben Mike, who is front of square on the leg side, chatting away to umpire Ramage. Parkinson, I'd say Billy raised a hand in apology to Callum Parkinson, but Parkinson was arms folded across his chest, looking at him. Barnes is in to Madsen, wide and allowed to go through by Wayne Madsen. Remains 13, Godman 8, 36 for 2.
Batsman's got to do what a batsman's got to do.
Might just have to leave you the last ball or two before the lunch.
Not a problem, I've left you enough times in the lurch, so not that I'm in the lurch. 36 for 2, couple of deliveries, possibly 3 left before the lunch interval now. I think it is, in fact, 3. No, it's 2. Here's Barnes in and bowls outside the off stump. Madsen leaves alone. Goes through to Harry Swindle. So Billy Godman's going to be not out unless there's a run-out fiasco. Lunch, he's on 8 when Madsen has 13. And they're just having a look round at the clock and doing a bit of gardening just to make sure that this will be the final ball of the morning session. And when Madsen is now ready, the clock ticks past 12:30. Good work, Mads. As in comes Barnes, and he's left alone outside the off stump. And that will be lunch on the final day of this game at the Incora County Ground. Derbyshire 36 for 2, still trailing by 152. Following on, of course, Godman, he's got 8, and Wayne Madsen has 13. If you're listening on the BBC Sport website or the Derbyshire County Cricket Club stream, we will be back in around
Connoisseurs of batting, I suppose, but yeah, you would prefer to see a slightly more even contest between bat and ball. Pitch here suggests that particular equation favours the batters. Umpire Ramage waves at the scores, gets the
How many
nod
by tea,
that they're
Richard?
ready.
How many do they need by tea? Wickets, that is.
Wickets, at least 4.
Yeah?
At least
Okay.
4. Ben Mike has been entrusted with the task of picking up the first by Callum Parkinson. In he comes and bowls to Billy Godman, who sort of shovels it, as is his way, back down the wicket to Leicestershire's young all-rounder. There is no run. They are, Derbyshire, they need 188 to make Leicestershire bat again, and that would probably be the point close to which the match would definitely be over. Obviously, Leicestershire simply really wouldn't have the time to make more than a few. They chase anything. In goes Mike and bowls onto middle and leg. Godman behind it, pushing it again out to Parkinson, and there's no run. Leicestershire need 8 wickets in potentially sort of 66 overs, or however many bowled in the final hour. I would imagine if we get to that point, it would be the full allocation. However, a pitch, as Fletch said before lunch, sort of almost shining in the sun, looks still nigh on immaculate, as it has since the start. Mike runs in and bowls. Godman turns him off his legs down to long leg. It's Ed Barnes who finds himself down there in front of the old pavilion. Now, home of the administrative side of Derbyshire County Cricket Club, the committee. I think there's a restaurant on the 2nd floor, and probably all sorts of other delights when you're allowed in.
We used to be allowed in.
I remember eating in there a few times.
Yeah, very nice.
Mike into the right-handed Madsen. Bowls outside off stump. Madsen. Very early decision to leave. Lets it go through outside off stump. And there is no run. Thank you to Derbyshire County Cricket Club for the lunches that they have kindly provided during this game to the denizens of the media building. Burgers today. I had a sort of veggie burger with, it was quite nice and spicy, enjoyed it very much.
I had a couple of lamb burgers.
A couple?
Yeah.
We only got one veggie burger, but
There were more
there were some sort of chip things, wedges are they called?
Yeah.
Wedges. In goes Mike and bowls, very wide outside off stump, and Madsen steps forward but lets it go through.
We've had Ed Dawes with us for most of the game. He always watches while he's preparing shows and stuff like that.
What's on the scores? What's on the doors?
Sorry,
yeah,
he was watching this morning, and it took him about 10 minutes to realise he was watching day 3. He was watching yesterday's play.
In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Bounces nicely, but it's too wide, and again, for the 4th time in the over, is allowed to go through to the wicket keeper. 37 for 2.
So he's watching Billy Godman bat as he did yesterday. Yeah, he's just checked the score just to make sure that the score across the bottom of the screen does say 37 for 2, which if it does, Ed, you're watching the right day's play. And if you get bored tomorrow, you can always go back and watch day 3 again then, I suppose. But it keeps us on the...
31 when the 3rd wicket fell in the first innings. That was Wayne Madsen, so already improved on that. You don't see many buses around that sort of Pentagon roundabout, do you?
No.
And you can't really see the Frank Whittle Way,
Frank
is
Whittle,
it?
so Frank,
Dual carriageway.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, you don't really, do you? Chris Wright bowls to Godman, pushes it back down the pitch just beyond Wright's right foot.
I tend to get past by, they didn't have bomb between Nottingham and Derby, those sort of buses down Brian Clough Way. I'm coming in the morning.
Lots of ways, aren't there, in Derby? You noticed? It's the Frank Whittle Way, Brian Clough Way.
Nice that they're named after
people.
Famous local people.
Oh, Billy Godman stepped away. Just
Again.
as Wright was about to get into his delivery stride. I can't see anything moving back there. Can you? There's a bloke miles away going up
He
some
must
steps.
drive his opponents nuts, Billy. Sometimes.
Oh, well, I'll say.
You assume it's a kind of deliberate ploy on his part. Or...
Who are you? I wouldn't.
No?
I wouldn't suggest. Well, it might be true. I've got to speak to Billy. As he waits now, and this next delivery is left alone outside the off stump. It's another no ball from Chris Wright, called by umpire Bailey. Two more to the total, 39 for two now. We'll get there in no balls. Somebody's back's giving up down there.
Stiffening up. Hilly, old man. Come on.
Well, cradling the small child.
Yes.
Absolutely. He'll have to make sure his back's all right. Next delivery from Wright is pushed into the leg side by Billy Godman.
He did bowl for, I think, was it a 4-over spell in one earlier game? Just check Leicestershire's bowling averages. Yes, 4 overs, none for 22 in the county championship this season for Lewis Hill. Now he's not wearing the gloves. He bowls a sort of very military medium dibbly dobblers.
Might be effective on this pitch. Right bowls pushed out into the offside by Godman for a single. He moves on to 10, 40 for two.
Leicestershire's head coach Paul Nixon was sort of bigging him up before that game. He was bowled brilliantly in the nets, Rich. Brilliantly. Really making the batsman struggle a little bit, swinging it around. 4 overs later in the match. We've never heard another word. That was it. We've never seen Hilly with the ball in his hand as a bowler again. It is very different, net bowling to bowling out there in the middle, isn't it?
Oh, yes. You have to bowl behind the line and everything. When Madsen on strike, 3 slips in place, crouching down, sun glinting off their numbers on their backs. He's struck in the pad. Half-hearted appeal at best. The ball goes out into the leg side.
Tell you what they've been showing. I don't know if you've seen it. Came across it by accident after an early finish the other day on ITV4, the Big Match Revisited.
I've seen a few of them, yeah.
And at the moment they're kind of going through the early 70s.
On the baseball ground, covered in
it's
mud.
Absolutely, that's one of the things, the pitches in those days were just extraordinary.
They haven't hardly ever played any football on them as Wright bowls to Godman, pushed out into the offside.
I wonder if there'd be any mileage in the Big Match Revisited brackets cricket. I wonder if you'd get Sunday League fixtures and JPL fixtures, something like that could be rerun.
Peter West sitting right next to the loudspeaker, kind of thing.
Pipe in hand.
Well, that's a remarkable thing that you do notice that on old sports shows. They've all got either a pipe in or a fag on, haven't they? It's remarkable. Fred Truman used to smoke in the TMS box. His next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Madsen to go through to the keeper, end of the over. 40 for two, 13 to Madsen, 10 to Godman. Imagine that now. But clearly it wouldn't happen.
Then Mike divests himself of 2 caps, his own and Wright's. There isn't any mix-up. He hands the right one to Wright, and his own to Davis, who is now sporting 2 caps. Sun hats being sported by Ed Barnes and George Rhodes out at third man and long leg as Mike is in, bowling to Godman, who's driving. He's going to have to work there, Rhodes, to get to the ball. Sprints around, does so, slides, gets his throw away. It's a long old way from out there. In fact, he almost throws himself off his feet, so determined is he to get the ball to Harry Swindles on the full. Swindles helps him by running out from behind the stumps to take it, and he applauds. Little tap of the gauntlets above his head. Out to George Red, who returns the gesture. 2 taken.
Somebody who appears to be in full cricket gear is walking around behind the advertising boards on the far side in front of the East Midlands demolition stand.
It's not that
Could be.
idiot, is it? In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Godman leaves, lets it go through. What do they call him?
I can't remember now.
I want to say Steve-O. It's obviously not, but it's something O, isn't it? But Jarvo, apparently. As you said, it kind of wasn't very funny first time, and it certainly isn't fourth time. I think he's still in nick, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He was banged up. I'm sure he isn't. Yes, I think he'd be wasting his time here, Jarvo, wouldn't he? In goes Mike and bowls, full, driven. It hits Wayne Madsen's rear end, actually, as he bent down to try and get out of the way. Ben Mike reached across, stuck out his right hand, didn't get there. Madsen apologised, because it might well have been a run in that, because he sort of pushed it, deflected it inadvertently towards Callum Parkinson, moving across from his left at mid-off.
It turns out that chap who looks like he's dressed in cricket gear is actually wearing fairly lengthy white shorts. But it's a white shorts, white top and a cricket cap combo that fooled me.
42 for 2.
Net.
6 added since lunch as Mike is in, and this time he is going to pick up runs as he plays it very straight through mid-off. Parkinson is in pursuit, picks it up around about 5 yards inside the ropes, gets his throw away. Good full throw taken by Davies, who, having taken the ball, whips off the bails entirely unnecessarily, because Billy Godman had more than actually passed him, making his ground for the third. Happily, he didn't demolish the stumps as some wicket keepers are wont to do. So umpire Ramage doesn't have too much to do in terms of repairing the damage. 3 to Godman. He moves on to 15. Madsen has 13. 45 for 2. Batting post-lunch without alarm. Derbyshire as Mike is in to Madsen, who leaves outside the off-stump, taken low down by Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Just the 2 slips now. Almost out of habit, Ben Mike, despite the fact this is only what is it his second over since lunch, or third? Second or third? Second, so what, 8 or 9 balls there, and during lunch, of course, it was all swept up and blown away, actually, by a sort of leaf blower. Great clouds of dust. He doesn't bother sweeping it up, he blows it all away. Mike is in outside off stump, 2 wide, and Madsen has nothing to do with it.
I think if Neil had swept all the dust away and taken it away and taken even more off with it, we'd probably be playing in a dip.
They do get big holes, don't they? They do dig some trenches.
Yeah. I was disappointed to see the heavy roller when it came out. Actually started rolling the pitch immediately to the left of the one that we're playing on at the moment, because that rather suggests that that's going to be the one for the Kent game that starts on Sunday. Bit of a shame. I was hoping it was going to be one of these 2 immediately in front of us, but we're not going to have the perfect view. Although that does allow us a fair amount of leeway, I always think, not having the perfect view. So not such a bad thing. As Chris Wright begins a new over from the City and bowls to Godman, who drives him out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs. Ben Mike's giving chase, and he's not going to get... Oh, he is going to get there. That's remarkable. That's a terrific effort by Ben Mike. Keeps them down to 3. Ball did just slow up a touch in front of the club shop, but a sliding effort by Ben Mike keeps them down to a 3, saves 1 run at least, and as a result, Derbyshire move on to 48 for 2 now. With Godman up to 18. Good effort from Ben Mike. About 4 minutes, that'll be 27. Yes, I'll be all right for that. We've got to do maths as well. I'll get a text to say, kind of go on and do my update. They're not always at past, you see, because it depends what they've got to fit them in between.
Right, okay.
So mine's a movable feast. 27, keep an eye on the clock. Here comes Chris Wright in and bowls. That one is punched off the back foot. out towards the extra cover boundary this time by Wayne Madsen. Callum Parkinson gives chase. They've run 2, and Wayne Madsen wants to come back for the 3rd, and they get back comfortably enough for 3 runs. Madsen moves to 16, 50 up for Derbyshire, 51 for 2.
Sort of related to the points you were making about the departure of the coach before lunch, and the contractual situation of various players. Yes, there's matches to be saved, but these 2 guys could do with runs here.
Yes.
They
haven't got many.
Point to averages and things like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no question. There's Wright is in again. That's left alone outside the off stump by Billy Godman to go through to Harry Swindles. Yet both contracted for next season already. But of course, players, when they come to the final year of their contract, generally like to try to negotiate something else. It would be a major surprise if these 2 weren't. There's the 2 senior players really now left at the club. Lewis Rees is senior-ish. Afternoon, Luke. But these 2 are the 2 senior players, as this one is left alone extravagantly by Billy Godman. That was pretty extravagant. I'm going to nick off if that's all right. I know you've got to go soon as well, but I'll be back.
I've got 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Not too bad at the moment. Chris Wright walking a touch wearily back to his mark. Bowled a lot of overs. In the first innings, 26 of them. 6.3 so far in this, so into the 30s now for the match. But he also batted a long time, don't forget. In he goes, bowls to Godman, who's tucked up a little bit on middle and off. Might just have shaped back in a fraction off the back foot. He plays it in defence out into the offside, and you heard the bellow of no, the Godman-esque bellow of no, as he rolled out towards Will Davis in the covers. Leicestershire's fielders trying to encourage and keep Wright hopeful and enthusiastic, which I'm sure he is, as he runs in from the city end. Bowls to Godman, who has a flay at that one. Awful shot, and it seemed away and may not even have been able to reach it. It was knocked down with his left gauntlet by a leaping Harry Swindles, which came as a considerable relief, I suspect, to Hassan Azad, at whose head the ball was flying in the end. Didn't get an edge, but it was a strange old shot from Billy Godman. Unfortunate not to nick it through. And Swindles, who, not having taken it cleanly, fortunate he didn't nick it through. End of the over, 51 for 2. Did we remark upon the raising of the half century?
I mentioned it in passing. Mentioned it in passing, yeah. Just a forgetful presenter means I'm back earlier than I thought I was going to be.
137 needed to make Leicestershire bat again.
Completely forgot me. So now I've got to listen to a song. Is it me? No,
I'll keep going. Mike is in, bowls, off-stump defensive shot from Wayne Madsen on the back foot. There's no run. I hope it's a good song.
No, not really. I know it, but I couldn't tell you what it was. It's one of those. Is it Amicia? No. Somebody will tell me in my ears who sings this song.
Listened to a really interesting programme on the way back last night. Did you ever listen to the series Soul Music?
No.
In goes Mike, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Madsen. But it analyses a song and why it's become popular, and what it means to various people. But it was the Is That All There Is? You know, Peggy Lee covered it, and loads of people have covered it ever since. I think Lieber and Stoller wrote it, actually. It's sort of based on the Threepenny Opera, really, Bertolt Brecht and stuff like that. But it's fascinating to hear what songs mean to different people. Sometimes it's a bit of classical music, sometimes it's a popular song. Or, as Ben Mike is in and bowls, clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. It was a bit of a gift for someone as good off his legs as Wayne Madsen. It was full, it was on leg stump, and Derbyshire's former captain most experienced player, was not going to miss out on that one. Although Hill, who was at square leg, flung himself to his right, may have just brushed the ball with his fingertips. It was going far too fast to stop. Gift for Madsen, who moves on to 20.55 for 2.
I'm reliably informed that this is Gotcha featuring Kimbrough. No idea. I went to see a Bertolt Brecht play once and sat through 2 hours, and then they went off for an interval. Absolute carnage. It was it was a tough watch. Here is Ben Mikey in bowls to Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run. I do know the song that's in my ears, but only probably because I've heard it in my ears when I've been about to do updates. I imagine it's certainly not on the Spotify playlist or the playlist of any other music streaming service that I may or may not subscribe to. Gautier. Gautier, in fact, not Gotcha. Early stages of the afternoon session here, Ian, at Derbyshire 55 for 2. They're still 133 runs away from making Leicestershire bad again, but the pitch, which has been pretty flat throughout, remains relatively flat. Wayne Madsen's got 20, Billy Godman's got 18, no wickets since lunch. Derbyshire 55 for 2, still trailing by 133. Ball left alone by Wayne Madsen. Previous delivery, and comes Ben Mike once again. 2 slips in place, and Madsen turns it into the leg side, and it goes straight to Lewis Hill, who's fielding at mid wicket. And again, there's no run as a result. Ian's been on the email. That was the end of the over, incidentally, at 55 for 2. Ian Crooks unpacking boxes in his new home. And a big shout out to his mother Janet and his father David for their help with the move. Their moving house. Dave Houghton leaving Derbyshire cannot come soon enough, he says. The team and indeed the club has gone backwards under his leadership, and while he's not responsible for the injuries that have ravaged the team, he has failed to provide leadership and has simply made excuses for poor performances week in, week out. He has looked like someone who is out of ideas for a long time. More to follow. In comes Chris Wright, bowls to Godman, and leaves alone outside the off stump. Now then, in terms of a replacement, I echo what Mr. Fletcher has said about choosing someone without Derbyshire baggage, although having said that, Chris Adams would at least make the team competitive and instill some backbone. As far as players are concerned, it's important to keep some experience, but I would consider making Critchley the captain in red or white ball cricket, as he is an exciting talent. That's if he stays, of course. Whatever happens, it should be an interesting close season ahead. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Ian Crooks, with that thought. Flexcricket@gmail.com. As this next delivery short, and he gets a top edge and it flies down to a very fine leg. Richard Ray ready to take the catch, but it bounced inside the rope. And Godman moves on to 22.59 for 2 now. False shot though.
Yeah, I was going to say, worth a try, wasn't it, the bounce? He doesn't bowl many of them, Chris Wright. And Godman, as in the previous over, showed he was prepared to chase it a little bit.
Yeah, it's that fine line between just defending and getting bogged down completely, and playing some shots, which is, after all, whichever batsman it is, they do want to play some shots. Ian Crooks with some interesting points following the announcement this morning that Dave Houghton is to leave Derbyshire as head of cricket at the end of the season. Next delivery's left alone by Billy Godman. Looked a good lead from here. 59 for 2. It remains.
Is he Zimbabwe based essentially? Is he got his
no,
home?
He lives in Derby, and he lived
he
in this
home at both, or
I think so, yes. Okay. But he lived in this area when he was at Middlesex as the batting coach, and used to commute down. Well, it's only I think it's much less than 2 hours to get into central London. Well, I travel that far.
Yeah, about 4 hours commuting a day.
I do that. I've done that.
Not daily. So I'd kill you, wouldn't it?
I might kill somebody else. This next one is pulled by Billy Godman for 4 runs. Flashed away square. And Godman moves up to 26 now. 63 for 2. Of course, the best way to avoid an innings defeat is to score the runs and then put some runs on at the other end rather than just trying to bat out as well. That's the other important thing to remember. 63 for 2 means that they trail by 125.
Yeah. The level at T, say.
Yeah.
Then
declare. No, they can't declare, can they? Because they lose. We can't go home. But I'm sure more names will emerge over the coming days. Nobody's really mentioned Dominic Cork yet, who's been coaching the T20 side.
Well, Foxy Phil did. But his exact words were, surely not Cork, question mark.
That's harsh. This next one is pushed out into the offside. He's terrific for the radio station, Dominic. Very, very approachable.
Haven't seen him figuring much on the box
on Sky
these
no,
days.
He hasn't been much on Sky, has he? So, yeah.
Well, you know, by choice?
Big juicy contract. We'll wait and see. I'm sure things will leak out at varying points. They tend to, don't they? Who's interested, who's not interested. Here's Chris Wright bowling to Billy Godman, who goes back then forward and pushes it out square on the offside end of the over. 63 for 2, Madsen 20, Godman 26.
Parkinson might have to start making changes sooner rather than later.
Yeah, well, he'll get to the point where he'll be mixing it up, you know, on a regular basis. You would have thought if wickets don't start to fall, batsmen can get used to certain bowlers, can't they?
Yes.
A relatively inexperienced captain, though, so he'll need all the help he can get from the more senior players.
Ben Mike is in to Madsen outside off some. Looked to just move away a touch, but it started wide, went wider. I asked him about how much he was enjoying the captaincy yesterday, and he said how much he was, and how much not more interesting it made the game from his point of view, but how much sort of busier his mind was as a consequence, obviously, and that it was very much in his mind going forward. The experience hadn't put him off, certainly. Hasn't put him off so far. It's something he wants to eventually pursue. In goes Mike and bowls again outside off stump. Again Madsen steps forward and again he lets it go through low this time into the gloves of Harry Swindles. Come on, Benny, is the cry. Benny Mike.
A 7th wicket has fallen in the game. Hove to 6 now, 240 for 2. They still trail Middlesex by 436, and Tom Haynes is still there on 122 not out. Madness.
Mike is in, bowls a bouncer, and down on his haunches, right down on his haunches goes Wayne Madsen, lets it go through. Just wondering what Ben Mike did during lockdown, whether he mentions it. Oh yeah, he's in favour of bringing back classic jumpers.
Yeah.
But he's also controversially in favour of scheduling one pink ball championship match a year.
No.
Most players really didn't like it. There were some good, interesting games. Maybe the timing had something to do with those sort of dusk games.
I didn't see an interesting game either time.
Mike is in and bowling. Did he have a little feel for that one? I suspect he did. He brought the bat back inside the line, but after he had a little go at that one, Wayne Madsen. It was a good delivery. And yes, he's now, the way he's standing with his hands on his hips and his bat leaning against his leg, looking back down the pitch, I suspect Madsen did have a little play at that one.
Tea at 3:10, I think, today, isn't it? Is that right?
In goes Mike and bowls, and he did, I think, bring the bat back inside the line of that one.
I'd lob that in. Is it not 3:10?
Well, half an hour before, sort of, it would be set in stone normally at
I can't remember
20
that.
to. Yes. So yes, you're absolutely right.
That's what I was fishing for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. thought it was. No matter what, no matter how many overs are left, because we have a last hour once we get down to 16 overs to go. It's going to go quite deep, this, I fancy.
Yeah. His guilty pleasure, cookies. Cookies after a day's play.
Yeah, good man. Don't mind a cookie. Not keen on a pink ball game. Not in this country. I don't think it works in this country, does it, really?
It didn't, did it, really, on the whole? Mike is in. Madsen is turning him off his legs. Much more comfortable when the ball is on his legs. Wayne Madsen, by and large, clips it away down to George Rhodes, who's down there, long leg, takes the single and keeps the strike. 63 for 2, 21 to Madsen, 26 to Billy Ashley Godleman.
Yeah.
It's not William then, he was actually christened Billy.
Yeah, Billy, yeah. As was my daughter.
Biggest influence. I read this without, not in a mischievous sense, but I can't resist reading it. Biggest influence on development as a cricketer, David Houghton, Derbyshire head coach. I've had the great fortune of crossing paths with Houts at different stages of my career, he says. At every point, both as a cricketer and a person, he's helped me to learn and improve more than anyone else.
Here's Chris Wright bowling to Wayne Madsen, who edges it to first slip and has gone. Comfortable catch for Hassan Azad, and Wayne Madsen goes for 21. 3 down now, Derbyshire, with 64 on the board, still a long way from safety. Madsen caught Azad, bowled right for 21.
Chris Wright. Conventional outswinger, wasn't it, basically, but it did swing a little bit. Madsen played forward. Let's have a look. He didn't really move his feet too much, and he was already looking back as it took a thick edge, and Azad did not bin it at first slip.
Comfortable height for the slip field, but you've got to take him. It was very oh, this is going to be cruel. It was very similar to the one that Madsen himself shelled on day one, I think it was, wasn't it?
It was.
Which went straight in and straight out after he'd fielded impeccably initially in the innings. It'll be Matt Critchley coming down the steps next for Derbyshire at 64 for 3. Still 124 away from making Leicestershire bat for a second time in this match. Game on.
Partnership 46 for the third wicket.
Needed to be 146 really, didn't it?
Out of the blue a little bit, wasn't it? But it was a super delivery from Wright. He is making things happen. Chris Wright, 3 out of 3 for Leicestershire's veteran seamer, whom Callum Parkinson yesterday described as probably Leicestershire's greatest signing. So in his time, I think, but
it's quite a bold statement.
Even then, it's a big shout, isn't it? When you think of the likes of Mohammed Abbas and people like that. But
because he did all right, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I guess he was signed before Callum was at the club.
Well, he said in his own.
Yeah, because clearly there've been
some good players, haven't there?
Championship-winning players who, Phil Simmons and people like that.
There's been some quite decent players at Leicestershire over the players.
Yeah, all sorts of outstanding players. So
not Will Davis then. That's what he's saying. Yeah, okay. Ed Barnes.
May yet prove to be.
You never know, you never know. Absolutely.
Be.
That was the first ball of the over. I better get off this subject before I get myself into trouble. And indeed Richard into trouble. We're going to get an extra slip fielder. I fancy we are. We're going to see George Rhodes move into the slip cordon. Just 3 slips. I say just. Here comes right bowling to Matt Critchley, who defends this one back down the track. Played a poor shot himself in the first innings, you'll remember. A bit of a waft outside off stump. Cannoned off his inside edge and removed his middle stump. It was Ben Mike.
Was?
Yeah, Ben Mike who was the bowler. Then that actually at that stage brought together Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest ahead of their 227 run 7th wicket partnership. There is Wright in again, bowls to Critchley, pushes it out into the offside and he's off the mark as he just dabs it towards the covers. Parkinson comes around from mid-off to do the fielding. 65 4-3. A big blow that, losing Madsen for 21. I genuinely was about to say, and I will continue to say it, scores a lot of runs against Leicestershire, Wayne Madsen. 5 of his 30 centuries have been against Leicestershire.
We know it.
This is his first game back after injury for the first team. Obviously he's had a run out with the twos, but and comes right again, hair flopping. It's turned into the leg side by Billy Godman for a single. The aforementioned Ed Barnes comes in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. Godman moves to 27, 66, 4-3. There's the first of the 4 wickets that Richard wanted in the afternoon session as a minimum requirement. 6 down at tea. It's going to be tough for Derbyshire, isn't it? You would have thought. There'll be crowd in the back, piling the pressure on the Leicestershire players. There's Critchley very upright in his stance, waits and drives up to Ben Mike at mid-on. Lewis Hill's been banished down to long leg again. No, it's Sam Evans who's been banished down to long leg. I beg your pardon. Yes, Lewis Hill's banished to third man.
He's almost as bad. Yeah. It's only Azad's who only ever fields really in the slips or sometimes short leg. It's only his 3rd catch of the season, curiously. He hasn't dropped any that I can think of.
Bowler's not finding the edge then, as this one is outside the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper by Matt Critchley. End of the over, 66 for 3.
Well, it's possibly says something about first and second slips, because Azad now has 3 fielding at first slip. Ackerman, who is always at second, has 20.
Well, that's interesting, because when Wayne Madsen has been in the slip cordon this season, he's been at second slip, and look at his catches. He's into double figures, and I don't think anybody apart from the wicket
16 for Madsen.
Yeah, at second slip.
And who would normally be at sort of first?
Ben Aitchison.
Who's got 8?
That's for a lot of this season, yeah. Ben Aitchison.
So, yeah. Because the keeper so often dives across and takes it.
Yeah.
So. Ergo, his first slip's a slightly redundant position. Ben Mike is in, and Godman is feeling for it. It goes through to Swindles, and he tucks his bat under his arm as though he's about to sort of march off, but clearly he didn't edge that one. But that was an edgy little shot, a nervous little feel outside off stump by Billy Godman.
Yeah, tense times for the Derbyshire batsman now.
Parkinson is waving at Barnes, giving him the word for what? Right, I'm getting a bit tired. In goes Mike and bowls. A big leave from Godman. Big stride, big leave.
Now, it would be remiss of me not to read this tweet from David Griffin out, because he's been working on this since before the start of play today, on and off.
Okay.
The only instances of Derbyshire's number 6 and 7 batsmen each scoring 100 in the same innings yesterday, and Ian Harvey and Ant Bota at Taunton in 2007. Now, unfortunately for him, he started in 1870 and worked forward. If he'd have worked backwards from now.
As Mike is in, goes through Godman, and not taken by Swindles. It just burst through the gloves, a few feet behind him, but that was simply too good. It did a bit, that one.
Delivery, wasn't it? A really, really good delivery.
I think it was mostly swing, but it might. So just thinking about the pitch really with that earlier one as well. Catch a replay of that one. Are we going to get one? Possibly not.
I'm surprised we didn't hear the shriek of joy when he found another instance, though, from the far end of the media centre.
Goes Mike and bowls short down the leg side, taken one-handed, diving to his right by Swindles. Stepped right out of the way of that one, Godman.
You can find anything if you try. Griff's database is quite astonishing.
So you're going to be able to tell him that he's incorrect then, because there was a third. Did you say there was an earlier one, pre-1870?
No. I say he found the second one in 2007, I think I said, but he started back in 1870 when the club was formed.
Right, so if
and
he'd
came forward,
worked
if
the
he'd
other
worked
way.
backwards, he
Okay.
probably would have stopped his search. I think he was hoping it would be unique.
Mike is in short, pulled around the corner for 4. Barnes completely lost it,
gone the
started
wrong
running
way.
right, started running the wrong way, away from the line of the ball. Had he started going to the left, I'd be surprised if he'd got there, and he was travelling quickly. But Barnes is, I say, is one of those individuals to whom that sort of thing can happen, make himself look a bit of a something goes badly awry in the outfield, and he went charging off to the right when the ball was galloping away to his left.
But adds a bit of levity to the proceedings, doesn't it?
Godman into the 30s now, on to 31. He's going for his shots, Billy. In goes Mike, and bowls to him. He's turning it down straight to Barnes.
Yours, Barnes.
But for a second, he's not quite sure where it's going. It's going straight to him. He picks up the ball as it crosses the turf around about 40 yards in front of him, settles down in a relieved way, and completes the fielding. That's the end of the over, and he comes walking in because it looks like he's going to get a bowl.
117 more required by Derbyshire now to make Leicestershire bat for a second time. Runs as valuable as time. Yes, I think he's only really tweeted that, David Griffin, because he took so much time in doing it, and he's thought, wow, if there are only 2 instances, I'll tweet it. And he gave him another chance to tweet his very good picture of Guest and Dahl with their bats over their shoulders. I didn't notice at the time when I was there when they were being taken that one has the Derbyshire sponsor across the chest and the other shirt doesn't. Ooh. So there'll be a fine, no doubt, levied against Brooke Guest, whose shirt didn't have the sponsor, as Barnes bowls to Godman, who pushes it out into the onside. There is no run. 4 overs, 1 for 19, Chris Wright, since lunch. In that spell. Picking up the wicket of Wayne Madsen for 21.
And over all...
What, 3 for 36 he's got now.
3 for
overall.
36,
It's terrific, isn't it? With 9 overs. 9 overs, 3 for 36. All 3 wickets to fall. He's on for all 10. Here's Ed Barnes, and it's turned down to long leg where Lewis Hill does the fielding down below us. Looks like he's just wearing normal plimsolls, not plimsolls, just normal trainers down there. But clearly not plimsolls. Couldn't see any spikes underneath them when he went down to pick that one up.
No, it doesn't look like it, does it?
No, they don't.
Orange. They are cricket shoes, aren't they?
You know,
they're,
absolutely.
They're not
just the spikeless ones.
Yeah.
They wear half spikes and all sorts, don't they, these days?
Well, it isn't an issue. It's so dry out there, isn't it? But,
Sanazad still looking like Elvis. Almost looks like he's on stilts. This next delivery is driven by Critchley, but fielded by Will Davis, tumbling in the covers. Hits the ball hard, Matt Critchley. There was a suggestion, I'm going to have to look back at some old photographs, that in the media centre, somebody said they couldn't remember Billy Godman, who appears to have his sleeveless sweater back on, incidentally. Wears long sleeves, and I'm not entirely sure he does, but perhaps he does. I'm sure he's wearing his sleeveless sweater, that, as Barnes bowls to Critchley, and that's pushed back. What?
self-evidently doesn't have long sleeves on.
No, normally. And I know I can clearly see that.
Yesterday didn't he? Just had a short sleeve shirt on.
The flesh of his arms.
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't think he.
Yesterday it was a short sleeve shirt, unquestionably.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he sometimes wears a sweater when he's batting. Today he's got the sleeveless sweater on.
Yeah. Agreed. He's deep in spiritual debate with Robert Bailey, the umpire at the moment.
Still is now. Barnes is approaching the crease. It's pushed by Critchley out into the outside. An unnecessary tumble this time from Will Davis as he does the fielding. Again, there's no run.
They're talking batting, aren't they? Judging by that gesture of Bailey's.
Unless he's just trying to shoo him away. Which is a possibility. Bill, you go over there. I think he likes a chat, doesn't he, Rob Bailey? 72 for 3. Critchley waits, Barnes bowls 2 and he defends it up to Chris Wright at mid-on. The game's just gone into a little bit of a lull temporarily, I hope. 1 run off the over from Ed Barnes. He's now bowled 3 overs for 6 in total. Off that over, as I say, Godman has 33, Critchley has 1. Derbyshire are 72 for 3, trailing by 116.
Callum Parkinson is going to come on at the racecourse end. Will he finally find a little bit of help from the pitch? Has been minimal for him so far. He's going to go over the wicket if Critchley is any sort of guide. Over the wicket to the left-handed Billy Godman. There should be some, at least slightly roughed up part of the pitch from which he might be able to extract a certain amount of turn, although, as we've been saying, the pitch still looks pretty good. As Parkinson is in, back goes Godman. That fiddly little defensive push. The bat doesn't come down straight, or it sort of comes down at an angle, so it all looks a little bit ungainly. But his record is such, Billy Godman, that he makes it work, shows he makes it work. In goes Parkinson. There's appeal for leg before. He's absolutely convinced, but generally one felt going down the leg side. Umpire Ramage has given very little, and well, we'll see a replay of that one. But Parkinson was completely convinced. Let's have a look-see.
I think he just signalled the umpire that it might have been going down the leg side. Looked a good shout from here. Ideal position.
Must have been very close because he was very far back on his stumps. Tosses that one up, Parkinson, and jammed out towards Davis. Parkinson's still steaming a bit. He's still got his hands on his hips in disbelief.
Well, where's Billy Godman taking his guard? Because this season he's taking his guard quite a long way outside the off stump, which is sort of becoming in vogue, isn't it? Where batsmen almost off of their leg stump. I don't think he's necessarily doing that, but he seems a long way across.
In he goes, and he's late on that one on the back foot, right in front of his stumps, and jams it out off middle and off, just in time.
He's a long way across in the first place, so if it looks like it's going down the leg side, it might be actually crashing into the stumps because he's batting outside. He's taken a real outside of off-stump guard, and you can see that now if you take a proper look.
Parkinson tosses it up, and he's driving, and then he's running, and then he calls, yes, run, 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 when he's taken at least 3 steps, and a startled Critchley responds. There is a run there, it's just the lateness of the calls, extraordinary from Godman, but yeah, there's a few tweets already starting to arrive. That looked very out. Had it gone, would it have gone on to hit leg stump? Umpire Ramage felt he wasn't sure.
Interesting to see of the leg before wicket shouts. How many have gone to each umpire, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah. Umpire Ramage has been very hard man to convince. In goes Parkinson, and rightly so, of course. Bowls, and it's full and clipped away to mid-wicket for 4 by Matt Critchley. Parkinson is still...
He's not happy, is he?
Umpire Ramage is not on his Christmas card list, judging by that look. He gave him evils as he took his cap there.
Well, Nelson is now somewhere, it isn't on the board, but it would be if number of runs required to avoid the follow-on were on the board. It's 111 with Derbyshire on 77 for 3 now. Billy Godman still there on 34. Matt Critchley has 5 so far. And it'll be Billy Godman on strike for the final ball. No, for the first ball of the new Ed Barnes over. That's what I'm trying to say. It's only the second over of his spell. He's on his way in now from the city end, and Godman goes back into his crease and pushes that one out into the offside square. Rhodes does fielding, and there's no run. That wind that got up this morning is still around. Not too many, one or two more clouds possibly, although the really thin wispy stuff seems to have been blown away. Here at the Incora County Ground. Trees still aren't moving too much though, it has to be said. As in comes Barnes again, bowls to Godman, who gets a full delivery, digs it out and drives it up to mid-off. We have a new man, it's Lewis Hill at mid-off. Chris Wright is now down below us at fine leg. Next delivery from Ed Barnes. In, and that one is defended by Godman, this time up to mid-on, where Callum Parkinson picks up the Leicestershire skipper, who still can't quite believe he didn't get that leg before decision a few moments ago. Two slips, close catches, and that's it for Barnes, who's in now, and Godman drives, but straight to Ben Mike, or just to the right of Ben Mike, to be fair to him, as he goes around and does the fielding. Chris Wright has just been handed a bag of ice down below us. It'll be interesting to see where he applies the bag of ice. It looks like he's going to put it on his head. He is. If it isn't ice, it's very cold water. And he's put it on his head. Here comes Barnes and bowls, and Godman an expansive looking drive, but Lewis Hill is there to do the fielding at mid-off. So he's just had the ice once. And they're battling hard to avoid defeat here, Wesley. 77 for 3 now. They've lost Wayne Madsen since lunch. Caught Hassan Azad at first slip off the bowling of Chris Wright, who's got all 3 wickets to fall. He made 21 and added 46 for the 3rd wicket with Billy Godman. He's just driven the ball for 4 to move to 38. Matt Critchley's out there on 5. 107 more runs required for Derbyshire to avoid an innings defeat. They're 81 for 3. A nice shot from Billy Godman, that out towards the cover boundary. Chris Wright looks okay. It's curious to see a cricketer putting a bag of cold water on his head when he's fielding down a fine leg, but there we go. He's done it. He's warm out there still. Perhaps we should have done that yesterday when it was stifling in here. Get a couple of bags of cold water and just plonk them on top of our heads. Here's
Parkinson.
Yeah.
He is in and is driven by Critchley, but only as far as the tumbling Evans had extra cover.
I was quite pleased to see it was only a bag of cold water, and it was only on his head to cool down for Chris Wright. I did wonder whether he might have had a problem that required ice, but no. He seems okay.
Parkinson bowls, forward goes Critchley in defence. I guess he did have a problem that required ice, but
been too hot.
Yeah, simple as that. Overheating. Hot work for the bowlers. Right, the only man to have taken wickets so far in this innings for Leicestershire, 3 of them. Parkinson is in, bowls. Critchley drives for 4. It was in the air for a few feet, and for a second, half a second, Will Davis at that short extra cover position was interested, but Hit it very cleanly. Critchley gets a pat on the back from Billy Godman. And Parkinson summons backward square out to go alongside Will Davis, because they feel, Leicestershire, that Critchley might be inclined again to drive the ball in the air. And Billy Godman has a word with his young teammate. Yeah, good shot, but don't hit it in the air. Something along those lines. In goes Parkinson, bowls, and he doesn't hit it in the air. He drives very pleasantly there. Critchley, but only as far as Evans, who's at a conventional extra cover. We've got Davis and Lewis Hill, who's in conversational reach again as Parkinson is in. Critchley is driving out to Evans again. He's perfectly prepared to take on the attacking shot. Matt Critchley, 9 he's on at the moment. Wind stirs the leaves. It's been quite steady all day as Parkinson goes in and bowls Critchley a big stride forward and then a forward defensive back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. End of the over. 85 for 3, so just 103 more needed before, well, Leicestershire would at least have to bat again, but then obviously the time doubles effectively in terms of being taken out of the game.
I'm just slightly disappointed there after your Billy Godman impression. You didn't say before you commentated on the next ball, and this is me, as Mike Yarwood used to, as if we couldn't tell.
Who's Mike Yarwood? Grandad.
Come on. No, but
I remember
Mike Yarwood used to say, and this is me.
He was, yeah, just in case we weren't sure.
Just in case we weren't sure. He was the preeminent mimic of the early 70s.
He was Mr. TV, wasn't he, for a while, Mike Yarwood?
The Mike Yarwood show. Well, Ted Heath and Harold Wilson were his 2 staples. That'll tell you all you need to know about when he was operating. Ed Barnes begins a new over, and Godman rather hurriedly gets the bat down on that one and pushes it to Ben Mike in the covers.
Did he ever imitate anyone else? Actually, in my memory, that's the only things that the only 2
people
I can remember
he used
him
to do
ever
Frank Spencer, but everybody used to do Frank Spencer, didn't they, back in the day? He used to do, I tell you who he used to do, Healy.
Oh, yes.
With the big eyebrows, the Chancellor. Yeah, Dennis Healy. But that was about it, really. Next one from Barnes is defended by Godman, just about up to mid-off, where I'm delighted to say Chris Wright has retaken his position there after 1 over down at fine leg. Lewis Hill has been banished down to fine leg once again. Yes, well, it was entertainment back in the early 70s.
There were only 3 channels, weren't there? For a long, long time.
Yeah, nobody used to watch BBC Two, too highbrow. Here's, well, not now. Oh, inside edge as he jammed the bat down on that one. Godman, full delivery from Ed Barnes again. Barnes, bless him, he can't believe he hasn't picked up a wicket. And Godman will be quite relieved there.
He hasn't been lucky.
86 for 3 now as Godman moves on to 39. But he's living on his nerves at the moment, Billy Godman. Not for the first time in his career, I fancy. Godman this season with just 2 half centuries to his name. And barely 350 runs as Barnes is into Critchley, who gets an inside edge onto his pad. He was ready to go up there, Barnes, wasn't he? He was ready. In fact, he did a full 360 because he turned round to start the appeal to the umpire, realised about the inside edge, and then sort of turned round and carried on, but with his arms in the air. Critchley gets away with 1-2, and it's been a good over so far from Ed Barnes.
I might have stung Critchley a bit because I think it's quite low down, but inside then.
Oh, missed the pads. He's not showing any pain. Barnes is in and he tries to pull one. He gets some bottom edge of the bat on it and it flies down to fine leg for 4 runs. That isn't entirely where he was aiming the shot, but he got the result he required. He moves on to 13, Derbyshire to 90. 4-3 now. They might be able to declare and set up a thrilling run chase. Less than 100 runs to the follow-on now, 98.
Well, my experience of Mr. Godman is that I may, like
what?
you, eat a hat if
Yeah,
he were to do that.
He won't do that.
No,
He won't do that.
I don't think so.
No, I've been in many commentary boxes over the last 6 years or so, and people have said, well, they might declare, they might agree, may come to an agreement. I said, no, they won't. What makes you think that he's ever going to do that? He's not in the entertainment business, as this next delivery is driven out into the offside by Critchley. It's that fine line between sport and entertainment, and Billy Godman does not give an inch in terms of entertainment. 90 for 3 at the end of the over, 39 to Godman, 13 to Critchley. In fact, he didn't declare, and I don't like mentioning this game, obviously, but he didn't declare against Worcestershire, second game of the season here, when they were so far in front, it was embarrassing. Should have declared the night before on day 3, didn't, then batted for 40 minutes on day 4, entirely pointlessly. And after the match, when they had Worcestershire 8 down, but only had 6 overs with a new ball.
Oh.
Yeah. I said to Billy Godman, I said, what, did you not think about declaring overnight at least?
Parkinson over the wicket to Godman, who dances down, misses, but it goes down the leg side, and Swindles gets nothing on it, runs away for 4 byes. Chance. Difficult one, but a chance. And it may just have spun out of the footholes a little bit. Godman danced down to Parkinson, missed it, tried to whip it away over the leg side. Spun down there, turned down there. Swindles didn't get a glove on it. Godman on 39. Stumping chance. Back he goes into his crease and defends that one.
Said from where I was sitting, Billy, it didn't look like the game was going anywhere. And it was when we were doing it on Zoom, and he looked at me and he said, well, from where you're sitting, you might have been right. Ooh.
In goes Parkinson, bowls. Godman defends it back down the pitch to him on the front foot. The implication being that from where he was, he wasn't. He defended the decision.
Well, I think he was basically saying it's my decision, which obviously it is, but.
Parkinson bowls. Back goes Godman to a delivery on leg stump. Turns it around the corner to Ed Barnes.
But from that match, Derbyshire have been hopeless. And they had the chance to win second game of the season. And
yeah. Parkinson bowls. Godman is forward on off stump this time, getting to the pitch of it, out into the offside it goes. He has played fluent innings in the past. This is not among them. But he's there. Somehow or other, Billy Godman, 39 not out. Parkinson is in and bowls to him, drops a little bit short, might just have gone on with the arm a bit, that one. And Godman played it on the back foot down into the pitch end of the over. 94 for 3 Derbyshire. 188 means Leicestershire bat again. I keep saying it, you know the figures. Critchley 13, Godman 39.
I've seen Billy Godman score a double century.
Fluently?
I've seen him score a double century. I don't think he ever looks massively fluent, does he?
His partnership's 30 now.
See George Rhodes? Well, I see George Rhodes.
A little bit of spin back into Critchley.
Ball's only 28 overs old. I think it was against Glamorgan. Will that be in your book? There?
Oh, his best ever, do you mean?
Yeah.
Best batting 227 against Glamorgan at Swansea in 2019.
I thought it was against Glamorgan.
At Swansea, a ground I've not been to.
Oh, I like it. We've been there twice in recent times. City centre's lively and interesting. Here's Rhodes, and that. Oh, I thought that'd take the edge of the bat. Pushes it out into the offside. Matt Critchley. Rhodes inspects Rhodes. Yeah, Rhodes inspects the ball. It is Rhodes.
Yeah. The Rhodes inspector.
This next one is turned into the leg side. Ben Mike does the fielding. There's a short leg, and a slip. Ben Mike's in a close-ish in at mid-wicket, quite straight on the drive, really. There's Rhodes over the wicket bowls to Critchley. Strikes the pad. There's an appeal.
Was it back pad? I think it hit him outside the line.
I thought it was front, but it could have been back.
Yeah, it was back, but it hit him outside the line. He was stretching sort of on the diagonal. Bit of a turn.
Rhodes perhaps gives that one an extra tweak, and this time it's met on the half volley by Critchley, who pushes it up to Ben Mike once again. 94 for 3. Critchley on 13. Still to really get going in this second innings for Derbyshire. As he dances down the track, now he's got going. He's smacked it for 6. Oh, no, he hasn't. He smacked it for 4. One bounce 4 out towards cow corner, really, but quite a wide, long on up towards the very centre of the members' pavilion at the far end of the ground. A couple of steps down the track. Thank you very much. Critchley moves to 17. Not a player who likes to be pinned down for too long, Matt Critchley. Very much a stroke player, stroke maker. As he waits for the next delivery and defends it immaculately. Back to Rhodes, end of the over. Derbyshire 98 for 3 now. Looks like a drink / sanitisation / just let's take up some time because we can break. 98 for 3 means that they trail by 90 now. Godman has 39, Critchley has 17.
50 overs remain, or thereabouts. Leicestershire to take 7 more wickets, or for Derbyshire, essentially to save the game. Rhodes and Parkinson, having imbibed, walk away, thinking about it, talking about it. Rhodes saying how Critchley was pushing forward. Not much, unless you have a sort of silly point or something. That this is bouncing a bit, didn't really. Godman and Critchley have a chat mid-pitch as well.
Sam Robson's just picked up the 9th wicket to fall in that game at home with his second delivery with his part-time filth. Isn't that always the way?
Having scored, how many did he get? 850?
Something like that, yeah, just shy of 230 odd, I think.
30 something.
Might have got 250, but certainly 230 odd. Yeah, Sussex still trailing by 405 at 271 for 4.
Well,
might be method in Middlesex's madness.
Parkinson will continue to Godman over the wicket, looking to turn it out of the rough. In he goes and bowls. Godman is forward, pushing it out into the offside, and then half a step follows it, as though there might be a quick single in it, but I think even he knew straight away there wasn't. Parkinson bowls, flattish delivery, stays a touch low. He plays it off deep in his crease, Billy Godman, as he pushes it out into the offside. Lewis Hill is out there.
Hampshire have beaten Warwickshire.
Parkinson bowls off stump. Godman pushes it out to Hill again.
That in the elite division, of course, by 60 runs at Edgbaston. Warwickshire all out for 235 in their second innings.
That sort of last wicket Surrey partnership was quite important in the context of the game then, wasn't it? Parkinson bowls, gives it a little bit more air. Forward on off stump is Godman out into the offside.
Well, it was, but they're playing Northamptonshire.
I thought you said Surrey, Warwickshire. Warwickshire played
Hampshire beat it. Surrey got Northamptonshire. Well, Northamptonshire out 243 for 4. They need 77 more to win against Surrey.
Ooh, that's nicely balanced. Parkinson bowls, this time onto middle and leg, and again, Godman forward defending. From deep in his crease, if that makes sense, he kind of goes right back, but then he'll step forward. $90 more needed by Derbyshire to get ahead of the game a little bit. Onto leg stump this time from Parkinson and turn towards short leg. Azad moves to his left to stop on the bounce and does a maiden over from Callum Parkinson. He's bowled a fair few of them in this game, 98 for 3. 49 overs remain, 90 the deficit.
The ice cream man.
Indeed.
Yeah, not many games still going on. One of them at Trent Bridge, where Lancashire are 210 for 5. They need a further 234 to beat Nottinghamshire, so fingers crossed. But I don't think they're going to do it. The best they can hope for is to hold out, and that would be against the odds as well, you would suspect. Here's George Rhodes continuing from the city end, bowls to Critchley, who drives it back towards him. It wasn't a particularly convincing drive, though, inside half of the bat at best.
These two operating in tandem should, if nothing else, improve surely the over 8, which is still... I know it's a hangover from the first innings, but -4.
Aircraft that I can't see. As Critchley defends this next delivery from Rhodes back to him. I think it was an aircraft. Yeah, it must be an aircraft. There's one vapour trail up in the sky. Best place for them. Slipping a short leg as Rhodes bowls. The ball is turned to Mike at straightish, close-ish mid-wicket. Quick polish from Rhodes. Ball in hand, just pushes it out to the right before he gets into his delivery stride, and it's like groundhog shot as the ball is played straight to Mike by Matt Critchley. He gives it a polish. Rhodes gives it a polish. And Critchley waits. Rhodes is in, and Critchley just turns it around the corner, and it's a good stop on the backward of square on the 45 by Sam Evans, although his throw-in was accurate. He fell over while doing it, which is always amusing. Critchley moves to 18, 99 for 3 now. A much better effort second time around from Derbyshire, who, well, they were poor first time around, so it couldn't have been worse, could it?
Top order work.
Yeah. Oh, well, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, there are certain cricketers who are exempt from any criticism, no matter what they do in this innings as well. Godman on strike with a silly mid-off and a very close-in straight cover. Godman squirts this one away, probably off the bottom left-hand edge of his bat, and picks up 2 runs for it as it goes towards the backward point boundary. Barnes does the fielding. The 100's up for Derbyshire, 101 for 3. And the supporters inside the Incora County Ground are thrilled.
31 overs, so pretty much 3 and over, which the game has been played at pretty much 3 and over, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Essentially all four days. Yeah. And this partnership now worth 37, 0, 18, 46 for the first 3, and now, and as yet, parted 37 for the 4th wicket. Parkinson going to go around the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Critchley short leg, and those 2 short extra covers as Critchley is forward. Not at the pitch of the ball, but no turn, so able to play it comfortably enough. Right, nibbles his nails. Stop it, Christopher. I can imagine his mum saying. Mid-on, in goes Parkinson, bowls and drags his length back. Still, Critchley is forward. Nonetheless, different attitude to playing Parkinson. Godman, whose instinct is to go back and then step forward. Critchley, the bigger of the 2 men, sort of gets much further forward. Parkinson is in, bowls to him. Inevitably, forward he goes, pushes out to Rhodes, the wider of the 2 short extras. No run. Parkinson is in. This time it's a little bit short, so he goes back and steers it towards point, but Ed Barnes, who's at backward point, gets quickly across and makes the stop. Favouring the sun hat like George Rhodes, as he has throughout. Parkinson is in, bowls, straighter. Forward again goes Critchley. Back down the pitch to Parkinson it goes. 5th over for Callum Parkinson. 9 runs conceded so far. 34 off 29 in the first innings. He bowls to Critchley, draws him forward again. Hits quite high up on the bat, but just not enough turn for Callum Parkinson. A maiden over, nonetheless, he says, thinking. Yes, it was a maiden over. 101 for 3. 4 overs, 5 overs for 9 runs for Parkinson.
Yeah, it's not really going anywhere at the moment, is it, this game? Other than Derbyshire inching their way towards
safety.
Potential safety, yeah. Just giving the medium pacers a little bit of a rest, insofar as you can have a rest out in this heat. Lewis Hill appears to be putting some fielding pads on as well now. He's just left the field temporarily. He's at the bottom of the steps as Rhodes begins a new over. Balls to Godwin, squirts this one out into the offside. Fielded by the 12th man. I don't know who the 12th man is though, number 33. But point. Tall youth.
Oh, it looks like Nat Bowley, who is a young off-spinner.
I thought that. Look at the offside now.
Wasn't in the squad, but I'm guessing the likes of Rishi Patel and Scott Steele might be required elsewhere.
Just temporarily, we're going to have 2 slips, or a slip and a gully, a short or a silly mid-off. We've got a fairly straight short cover, and then the point is a little bit further back for Billy Godman, as Rhodes is into him and he drives, and he's going to pick up a single. Around the boundary comes wide brim hatted Ed Barnes.
It is indeed Nat Nathan Bowley, 20-year-old off-spinner.
Should write that down really, shouldn't I? He'd have to be a bowler though, wouldn't he, with that name? This next delivery from Rhodes is tickled down towards fine leg, and it is Bowley who's chasing it, and he slides and keeps it in as well, and they're only going to pick up 2 runs as a result.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, go on.
Well, they ran the first one so slowly. Billy Godman clearly thought it was going to go all the way to the boundary.
They stopped for a chat.
Did they?
That's
I didn't see that.
Critchley actually was so convinced, they're both convinced it was going, and they actually were talking in mid-pitch when suddenly Godman looked up and realised, oh, hang on. They wouldn't. I think they'd have got another.
Oh, I'm certain they would have done. This one is defended by Critchley. Back to Rhodes. Yeah, not their finest running hour. Critchley waits. Moved on to 20 with those couple of runs that should have been 4. Should have been at least 3. Turns this one into the leg side up to Mike, who does the fielding.
Bronte calling for the Demon Azad to be introduced with his leg spin.
Bit of mystery.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't really know what's going on. So. But he has got a wicket.
Next delivery is a quicker one from Rhodes, and it's well fielded by Bowley. He can't keep himself out of the action at the moment. It can't prevent the single from being taken, though. And that is the end of Nat Bowley, because Lewis Hill is back on with his fielding pads on. They're obviously going to crowd the batsman here as much as they dare.
I think we may only see Azad, Bronte, if in the last couple of overs when the match is dead, but you never know.
It needs some life injecting into it now, really, doesn't it? 105 for 3 after 33 overs, trailing by 83.
So, where has Hill gone? Well, he's at mid-wicket without pads on. So was it Hill who went off? Azad's at short leg. Evans is padded up at silly point as Parkinson is in. He goes back. Critchley cuts it down into the ground. Looks up. Here's the call. Gets the call from Godman. Makes his run.
I've been getting those two mixed up the entire match. You're right, it was Evans. He went off for the pads. Apologies.
It's all right. They are very similar in terms of build, and
the numbers aren't too far apart either, which is not very helpful.
I'll speak to them about that at the end of the season.
Would you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fletch says.
When they're easy to see.
Over the wicket goes Parkinson. Back goes Godman. Turns it around the corner. Pretty much the half hour, so I'm going to bet pop next door.
Oh, it is that time, isn't it? You're absolutely right. Nick Hartshorn's been in touch. Just a thought about Derbyshire's current predicament. A new coach, obviously, but what about a new captain? In comes Parkinson. Well, the current captain's battling hard out there at the moment. It pushes this one out into the offside and picks up a single, moves on to 43. Derbyshire up to 107. For 3, he said Eddie Barlow type perhaps, and let Godman bat without the pressure. Thoughts? Question mark, he says. Yeah, it is a route. I think those days are probably gone, though, as this one is pushed by Critchley back to Parkinson, the bowler. I do genuinely think those days have gone, Nick, if I'm entirely honest with you. Of the captain who rules the roost. Critchley defends this next ball up towards mid-on. There's no run. 81 more runs required to make Leicestershire bat again and make the game relatively safe, although of course it depends how quickly they get there. Still 45 overs remain in the day's play. As this next delivery is defended by Critchley again. Parkinson fields off his own bowling, end of the over, 107 for 3. Godman 43, Critchley 22. Partnership worth 43. I wonder what Callum Parkinson is going to do next. He's deep in conversation with his wicket-keeper, Harry Swindles, at the moment. And we're going to see George Rhodes continue from the city end, for the time being at least. I'm going to might have to move very sharpish because I've no indication yet of when the update might be. I assume it's fairly soon.
Shall I crack on then?
I think so. I think so.
So Rhodes looking to turn it away, of course, from Godman. Silly mid-off, slip. Silly point almost as well. It goes in and bowls. Godman slog sweeps in the air. Is it going to go just short? Just short. Got plenty of it. Absolutely no one with it. 60 yards of that one as it landed about a foot inside the ropes at deep backward square. Not a great delivery from Rhodes given the field that had been set for him. Perfectly safe swing at the ball for Godman, and he picks up 4. Moves on to 47, 111 for 3. Davis chased all the way from that silly point position, about 4 yards from the bat on the offside to pick up, which tells you how far it was from a fielder. Rhodes is in. Godman is repeating the shot. He hits it a little bit squarer this time in the air through mid-wicket. Successive falls for Godman, and that is the Derbyshire captain's 50. He moves on to 51. He raises his bat to the pavilion. I think it's come off 98 balls. We'll get the figures before too long, but he's playing an important innings in terms of saving the game for his side. Godman, he's had 1 or 2 scares. Survived a couple of decent leg before shouts and arguably a stumping chance when he was on 39 off Parkinson. But he's making Leicestershire pay 51. 2 fairly ordinary deliveries, has to be said, from George Rhodes. given the field that he has. In he goes and bowls. Ooh, outside off stump. Leaves Godman, and a good leave outside off stump. Might just have straightened up a little bit. Taken by Swindles. Offers the ball at the stumps. Godman had gone nowhere. Rhodes bowls to him. Puff of dust as he jams it out into the offside. Sees that Davis has got a bit of ground to make up to the ball to his left. Calls Critchley through for an easy single.
Just Godman's third half century of the season. But in the best of form this year.
Rhodes back over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley. A little bit short, but it does shape back into him. Critchley goes back and forces it firmly down the pitch, and Rhodes himself fields. Steps in and bowls. Critchley is waiting for a good length delivery. Thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one into the ground on the on-side. Picked up by Ed Barnes. End of the over. 116 for 3. 98 balls, 7 fours, as you no doubt heard John on the PA. Inform the ground accordingly. 44 overs remain potentially to be bowled. Whether we'll have them all, I am beginning to very seriously doubt.
Yes, no, I think you might be right. I think you might be right. Not an awful lot's happening out there. I mean, Derbyshire are batting fairly comfortably. There's been a couple of overs where things have happened, but not for a while. As Callum Parkinson begins a new over from the racecourse ground. Godman goes back into his stumps, turns it into the leg side. There's no run. They only need another 70 only. They need another 72 to make Leicestershire bat again. But there are still plenty of overs left, 44 including this one. Derbyshire won't be far away by the time they've got halfway through those, you wouldn't have thought, to being on parity, as Godman gets an inside edge as he looks to drive into the offside. It goes along the floor, but to the man at mid-wicket, Will Davis. So there's just enough there.
Have you seen such ridiculous sunglasses as sported by Mr. P. Rogers, our scorer?
No.
They've got sort of side panels.
They're splendid, aren't they? This next one is defended by Godman to the ones on John Brown's cap are fairly alarming.
Yes.
Defended into the onside. They're like a couple of sportsmen in there. Well, their glasses. Like sportsmen's glasses. They're not like a couple of sportsmen. Here's Parkinson. That looks a little quicker, and it's turned into the leg side by Godman for a single. Barnes comes around to do the fielding. 117 for 3. Godman up to 53.
He looked an infinitely greater threat, Parkinson, to Godman over the wicket with that rough, or the threat of the rough.
He's bowled most of his overs from the city end, hasn't he? He's bowling from the racecourse end at the moment, throughout the course of the match. He decided that this is the way forward.
Okay. Will Critchley kick it away? I suspect not. He's going to go over the wicket to Critchley.
He might have a go. A short leg and a silly mid-off as he's in and bowls to Critchley, goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside, where it goes straight to Will Davis, and one of them shouted no.
That was Critchley, surely.
Well, it didn't sound like Billy,
did it?
Billy,
No.
It didn't sound like Billy.
No. Well, it wasn't the sound of an East End costermonger.
Parkinson bowls left alone outside the off stump.
He's Camden born, isn't he? So
yeah, very much Camden.
That's North London.
Yeah, well, it's not far from Lords. Not far from Lords. Bumped into Billy and his dad outside Lords on the Sunday night before the game.
Okay,
chat with
still down there.
Had a quick chat with him. End of the over, incidentally, 117 for 3.
So he has somewhere to stay when Derbyshire are playing Middlesex.
Well, I think the team was staying in Cricklewood. Well, I say I think, I know. The team was staying in Cricklewood. So they were driving in and back every day. Whilst the master ranks of the Derbyshire press corps, Griff and myself, were across the road. Just splendid.
Rhodes around the wicket to Godman with that very offside field. Good delivery, middle and off. He's forward, pushing it just past the reaching Elvis Azad. Ben Mike is the fielder. Rhodes bowls, flattish delivery, bounces, maybe turns a touch, beats the outside edge of Godman's bat. Let's have a quick look at the replay on that one. Just maybe did enough in terms of turn, that is. Nothing startling. He beat Godman. Rhodes is in again. He goes back right into his stumps and defends that straight one. Azad this time does get to the ball, moving across to his left. Rhodes is in, top edge, down through leg slip. I think that's going to run all the way down for 4. Kimber, I think that's 4. That is a 4. He got to it within an inch of the rope, but his body had slid. For me, and no signal for 4. I think that was 4. I have to say, I don't think it's going to make any difference in the overall scheme of things. He got to it about an inch short of the ropes, but he'd already started sliding, and his body had sort of semi-overtaken the ball, to be quite honest.
All I can say is that if that was Black Rod against Eagly, and an Eagly player had slid and stopped the ball there, the Black Rod supporters, I can guarantee, would be signalling 4 frantically. I may even have joined them.
Rhodes is in, down the wicket goes Critchley, hits it over long on for 6. Just wide-ish long on. Critchley, well, Rhodes probably wishes it had gone for 4 now, because then Billy Godman would have been on strike. Critchley tucked in there, and I think this may be the last we see of George Rhodes, who's been a little bit expensive. Critchley moves on to 28, he says, eyeing the scoreboard, just in case it's a, and get the nod from Fletch, and 126 for 3, 188 target, if that is the target as such. It isn't, it's a lot more than that, but it's a sort of tipping point. He's not so very far away, and there's a really long conflab going on. Chris Wright,
they've lost the ball.
Matt Parkinson.
The ball back,
yeah, they're not wasting time here because they haven't got a ball with which to bowl. It's bounced off the concrete into the car park, and Ed Barnes.
Of course, Ed Barnes.
But he's probably going to have to convince the steward that he's a cricketer. No, you can't come in here. But I'm playing. No, you can't. You can imagine, he's that sort, and you can just imagine him.
And then he's got
honest.
Then he's got to make sure that nobody else touches the ball, which it appears nobody else has, because he's thrown the ball back.
Here he comes.
Brilliant.
Bless him.
Nick Hart's on. Here's one. If anybody's out there and they have any ideas, he says, available as a possible coach. I think everybody's available, aren't they? Whether you've got a contract or not. I don't think contracts mean anything anymore. So everybody's available. He said he'd be interested to hear what the listeners think. Yeah, I would actually. Who do you fancy?
The thing is that a lot of the guys who might, or some of the guys who might have been in the equation, as Rhodes goes in and bowls, Critchley goes back and forces it out to Barnes again, who's at a deep-ish mid-wicket, takes 1. You know, the sort of Aussie coaches, people like that, they might not be so keen to come, not because it's not Derbyshire, but because of the current sort of COVID situation. 1 or 2 have already, in the 100, quite a few didn't come, didn't they, in the end? And
we don't want Shane Warne.
Might be fun. I thought I used to love watching when he was captaining Hampshire, because he was so he never left a batsman alone, and I thought he was a really great captain at county cricket level.
Oh, okay. I know he's a big advocate of county cricket, to be fair.
Whether he'd be a great coach or I don't know. I think
might be good for Critchley.
I don't think he makes so much money on telly box, doesn't he, and things like that. It would be, why would he want to really?
Northamptonshire are within 49 runs of victory now, with just 4 wickets down against Surrey at Wantage Road, 271 for 4. That'd be a good win for them in the 2nd division. Lancashire 223 for 8. 221 away from their target with just 2 wickets left against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So it looks as though Nottinghamshire are going to win that one. The only other game going on, they've now reached 976 for 9. Sussex 300 for 4 down at Hove. Good grief. That's too many runs. That's just dull. Dull. Zimbabwe playing Ireland in Belfast today. 266 for 7 for Zimbabwe at the end of their 50 overs. Bangladesh have beaten New Zealand by 6 wickets in a T20 in Dakar. New Zealand 96 for 4. No, sorry, 93 all out in well, presumably less than 20 overs. And Bangladesh, well, they only had 5 balls to spare. Their target was 94, so it must have rained a bit. So 96 for 4, and they won that one by 6 wickets. Sound like the greatest of T20 matches. The 19 overs and 3 balls. Now we've had a drinks break. Well, we haven't, but the players have. And
I had.
Oh, did you have a quick one? Quick slurp?
Slurp of me, I'll be well.
Good. I'll be well.
Also known as local tap. No, I'm sure it's not.
Packham Spring.
It does.
There's Parkinson around the wicket bowls too. Critchley, is it me? Pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. 127 for 3. 61 more runs to flip the game on its head. Sort of. Parkinson's in again. Critchley defends this towards a Lewis Hill, because it is him this time. He's at mid-wicket. Ben Mike sort of halfway back at mid-off. There's a man closer in, and that closer in man has just received the ball off the bat of Matt Critchley. It's Will Davis, who may or may not be wearing 2 hats, but looks like he is. He wears his hat in a quite strange way, Will Davis. Next delivery from Parkinson is left alone by Critchley.
He's got Parkies on as well.
Has he got 2 hats on? Thank goodness for that. He's warming up as well, rather angrily. Parkinson, quite a lengthy run-up. And he jogs the entire length of it, bowls to Critchley, who plays the ball straight into Sam Evans at silly mid-off. To one of his shins, of course he's wearing the shin guards, so he didn't flinch. Just over 20 minutes until tea. As in goes Parkinson and bowls, and Critchley drives. Davis misses it. One of his hats falls off. Critchley's gone for 1, he'll come for 2 as Ben Mike reaches the ball now, and they'll settle for 2. Critchley up to 31, 129 for 3. Godman on 56. End of the over. It's less than thrilling at the moment because Derbyshire look fairly comfortable.
Yeah.
Just the odd ball every now and then will do something that'll make you sit up. Then it sort of goes back to being relatively routine.
I was asked at the beginning of the day by one or 2 Leicestershire followers what my prediction was, and I said that we'd make Derbyshire follow on, but Derbyshire would finish on 200 for 4. And I did actually say that to some of the guys in the press room as well. So I'm still in the game in that respect. I just
and on a
didn't
scale
think
of 1 to 10, how excited are you?
Yeah, well, that's the problem. You know, never been above 3.
I seldom get above 3 these days.
George Rhodes continues and bowls to Billy Godman, who defends it out into the offside. Brunty's been working away on his literary gags, and he thinks that Rhodes known. It's hard. I've got to lever this in, Brunty, somehow. Godman is forward, but
he's not giving you a day to say.
I have to remind you that Rhodes insists he's known as Sherlock.
Of course,
and he says, well, he should have got the sign of 4 when he was whacked in that.
What, for 6?
Yeah, exactly. There was one for 4, wasn't it? Oh, it's an appeal for leg before on the basis it was pad before bat. Umpire Bailey entirely unconvinced. It hit quite high up in the bat, and the idea, I think, from Rhodes was it just sort of flicked the top of the pad of Godman. I'm just watching the replay before it went on to the bat. He bowls again. Godman is forward, out into the offside it goes. No run.
Well, this is, of course, the former home of Bill Mycroft.
Was he a former cricketer?
Yes.
I don't know the name.
After whom Mycroft, Sherlock Holmes' brother, was named.
Oh, really? Genuinely?
Genuinely.
In goes Rhodes. A late leave from Godman, and it's pretty close to off stump. Not close enough as far as Rhodes and Leicestershire are concerned.
Conan Doyle was a big cricket fan. He took one first-class wicket, W.G. Grace, when Grace was playing for London County at Crystal Palace.
Good stuff. If you're going to take one.
We'll take that one. Yeah, absolutely.
In goes Rhodes, bowls a full toss, misses out a little bit on that occasion, Godman, because he picks out Barnes in the covers as he attempts to drive it away. Well, Ed Bolton would be please, Molton, I should say. Bolton. It is Bolton, isn't it?
It's
Edwin. Molton.
Molton, yeah.
It was his wicket. And of course, Woodhouse and Jeeves, about whom our colleague from the press box, Brian Holford, has written a book. Cricketing literary references.
Yeah, Mycroft was
Oh, I didn't realise that.
I've got a photograph of him on my computer. I shall dig it out. You'll
There
enjoy
was
it.
a famous cricketer called Sherlock, is there?
I think it was Shacklock and somebody else. He combined the two names. Somebody will tell me. This one is pushed out into the offside off the back foot by Matt Critchley. And there's no run. Bill Mycroft was a fine figure of a man.
Substantial.
Yes, pretty much. Steal all of David Griffin's photographs, don't tell him. This next delivery is a full one, and it's pushed out into the offside. There's Bill Mycroft. Very fine moustache.
Absolutely.
Yeah, tie on, of course. Belt in Derbyshire colours, I assume, around his waist. As in goes Parkinson, bowls to Critchley, who pushes out into the offside, and there's no run. Cricket's wonderful for that kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that shout from Chris Wright, 4 down, 5 down. You never know here, he shouted.
You never know. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's slightly. This one's pushed out into the offside. It's almost pleading rather than confident, isn't it? That though, you never know.
Realistic, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, that wasn't far away from first slip from Matt Critchley. A loose shot, and it's flown away down to a very fine third man for 4 runs. He was very close to getting that one, was Louis Kimber.
Bounced a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, he played at it, was wide, and he gets 4 runs for it.
Yeah, with that bounce, he might have left it. He still went for it. Catchable height. Past Kimber. Travelling.
It was travelling, but sort of goes down as an opportunity, doesn't it? As the next delivery, Critchley plays into the offside square, and there is no run. End of the over. Derbyshire are 133 for 3 now. Critchley's moved on to 35.
Thing is, slip to Parkinson there. You're not there for that sort of shot, really, are you? You're there for the sort of edge, maybe low down. He was quite close, Kimber. He went back and cut hard. Top edge. And
Just to complete my William Mycroft
Yes,
education. No, William Mycroft. 863 wickets at 12 for Derbyshire.
Wow.
Or in first-class cricket, he played for the MCC as well.
Rhodes to Godman, forward defensive, back up the pitch, no run.
And that was between 1873 and 1886.
13 years, 900 or so wickets.
Not bad.
Not bad. Rhodes is in, drops a little bit short, and back goes Godman, works it out towards mid-wicket Hill Fields, but comfortable single taken. Has the county ground in Derby, has it moved around, so to speak, or has it always been?
It has a bit, yes. Where the hotel is, they used to have a square over there to our right.
Okay.
Because the confines of the racecourse sort of made it too small.
Did the racecourse kind of go, in goes Rhodes and bowls? Critchley defends on off stump, no run. It obviously went behind us, but did it go in?
The straight mile finish was in front of what is now the Players' Pavilion, where the grandstand used to be.
Okay.
So that's where the grandstand was.
Yeah.
It was one of only 5 straight miles in the country.
Right.
So it swept from over there to our right round.
Okay. In goes Rhodes, defended out into the onside by Critchley on the front foot.
An FA Cup final here. Replay. England Football International. Steve Bloomer, the Derby County forward, played in it. Played for Derbyshire as well, of course.
Rhodes bowls, Critchley forward defending, out to Ben Mike again.
And baseball for Derby at the turn of the century when they were champions of England.
5-2-3, 15 minutes then until tea. Ben Mike has come to show umpire Bailey something amiss with the ball, perhaps acquired in the car park into which it was dispatched by Matt Critchley a couple of overs ago. All is well now. Rhodes stays around the wicket, bowls, and a big puff of dust as Critchley gets it sort of trapped under his feet a little bit, the ball, as he tries to clip it away towards mid-wicket, and it rolls very gently out towards Ben Mike. Again, end of the over, 134-4-3, so 55 now needed to make, no, 54 now needed to make Leicestershire bat again. But that target should be achieved, one would imagine, the way these two are going, with some ease,
yes.
Not long after tea.
As Will Davis. You always look back at the history of cricket and think I'd like to have been a bowler in the 1870s, really. I can't imagine that the pitches were up to much.
Certainly weren't covered, were they?
Back then. In 1875, Mycroft took 73 wickets at 7.
That's kind of a club record, isn't it, really?
That's absolutely astonishing. That's in first-class cricket. Absolutely astonishing. Brilliant, really. The kind of figures that will clearly never be matched in the modern day. So Will Davis, who's going to get his own personal announcement in a moment. There we go. And one clap, a solitary clap from somebody.
Mrs. Davis.
Potentially. He's going to come around the wicket to Billy Godman, Derbyshire's left-handed skipper. They don't have a right-handed skipper as well, he's just left-handed. 54 more runs required by Derbyshire. Godman on 57, then Critchley on 35. These two have added 70 so far. Davis is in, and Godman almost falling over, plays that into the leg side for a single. Rhodes does the fielding. Godman moves to 58. 135. 4-3.
What you were saying about being able to see the stumps. Just watching the replay, when he connected with that, I could see leg and middle.
Yeah. No,
he shuffled so far across.
But he also takes a guard and then moves across, it seems to me. I don't know if that's what he does, whether he takes a guard outside off stump, but he's done it all season. And I've noticed 1 or 2 other players doing it. It must be just the fashion.
He middled it. He played the shot as he wanted to, but that's why Davis's hands went into the air, really, because ball taking it on off stump essentially.
Yeah,
I suppose.
Almost false hope. Davis into Critchley, whose initial movement is forward, and his second thought is to leave the ball alone as it goes through to the keeper, who removes his cap, or a cap. No, it's his cap, because he's going to put his helmet on. And he's doing that because Critchley took that initial step forward. As Davis goes in again and bowls to Critchley, who on the back foot pushes it up to mid-off. It's that man, Nat Bowley again. Bowley, beg your pardon, the 12th man. My goodness me, he looks young out there at mid-on. Critchley's removed his gloves for some reason. He's putting them back on now. And he'll be ready. He is ready. Davis is already steaming in, so he's got to be ready. As his next delivery from Davis is clipped down to long leg by Critchley. He moves up to 36. Derbyshire to 136 for 3. Ten minutes, 9.5 really, until the lunch interval. Umpire Bailey at the far end, at the city end, just walks from square leg to square leg. Godman keeps Davis waiting. He does a little turning circle at the end of his mark. He's in now, bowls to Godman, who defends it back to him. Emergency services at it again. In comes Davis and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Godman. End of the over, in fact. 136 for 3. Derbyshire now trail by 52. These two have added 72 so far for the 4th wicket. Parkinson's going to swap ends now. He's going to come in from the city end for a little spell. Will Davis, 7 overs in total. George Rhodes had bowled 7 overs for 31 from the city end prior to Parkinson bringing himself back on. 8 minutes until the tea interval here, Wesley, and Derbyshire going along relatively serenely. 136 for 3. Matt Critchley has 36. Billy Godman 58, his 3rd half century of the season. It means they need a further 52 runs to make sure they don't lose by an innings and to force Leicestershire to bat again. Leicestershire desperate for wickets, but Derbyshire are hanging on here. 136 for 3. Parkinson into Critchley, who forces this one out into the offside. Fielded there by Rhodes, and there's no run. He's got a short leg and a silly mid-off. There is a slip, and there's also a man at sort of deepish leg slip. That's Will Davis, as Parkinson is in, and he just pads this one away, does Matt Critchley. Not interested in playing a shot at that one, and why would he be? No need to. Quite up the news high up the news agenda there at just past 2 o'clock. Very exciting. Here's Parkinson in again, and he's patted away again by Matt Critchley, maybe forced to go around the wicket here. Parkinson, if he's to take wickets, they'll regroup at tea, I've no doubt, Leicestershire, and come out for one final blast at the Derbyshire batsman. Parkinson is in, bowls a slightly quicker delivery, and this time Critchley plays a shot, pushes it back to the bowler. Sun just making its way around now and has started to come into the commentary box, which means we'll warm up by about 30 degrees momentarily. Parkinson in again, bowls to Critchley, who pushes this up to mid-off, and there's no running waves to the pavilion, does Parkinson. He clearly wants something. 136 for 3 at the end of the over. 58 to Billy Godwin. Matt Critchley has 36 there, 52 in arrears. Still Derbyshire at the moment. It's going to be a case of regrouping at 10, coming back out for one last blast at Derbyshire, I think, for Leicestershire.
Just what I basically said to BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. But I can't quite understand why the over 8 is still -4. They are going to be a couple of overs short, aren't they, at 10 past 3? But
yeah, we're not too far short.
Not too far. You know, there's only be two short. So I think the over 8 should be better than that. In goes Will Davis, bowls onto the legs of Billy Godman, pushed out towards square leg, and there's no run. Why are my feet sticking to? Oh yeah, thank you.
We've got a wire that goes to the Derbyshire stream.
Which was very sensibly stuck down with tape, but the tape had affixed itself to my soles of my shoes.
You're going to drag all the gear off the desk.
I had it turned away in an almighty crash.
We don't go off air. Merciful release.
Davis is in and bowls again on towards middle and leg, pushed out by Godman, this time to mid on. And Callum Parkinson, I think, his fields are now eccentric.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say. He brings Chris Wright into straight, shortish mid-on. They have now a ring of 4 on the leg side, all in catching positions from square leg to mid-wicket to wide mid-wicket to mid-on, as in goes Davis and bowls. Godman looks to drive, gets a thick inside edge. It bounces down into the ground and is taken by Wright, who is sort of level with the crease, essentially, at mid-on, 2 pitches away from it.
Well, bless him, the only man who's not within 30 yards of the bat is Ed Barnes, who's down at fine leg.
Yeah, and he'll gallop in the wrong direction anyway.
Bring him up.
Davis is in. Godman is playing it hard down into the ground. And Davis himself fields in his follow-through. Standing up to the wicket, Swindles to Davis to try and keep Godman in his crease, which is working to an extent. There is a slip as well, who is Kimber. There is a backward point, who is Hill, and there is an extra cover, who is Evans, and Ben Mikes at mid-off. The offside field, tolerably conventional. In goes Davis and bowls. He is going to have to hurry a little bit. Well, he isn't really, because although Matt Critchley was running to the striker's end, when Hill picked up, he decided to give Godman the hurry up and throw it to the non-striker's end, and Godman, who was dawdling slightly, did actually have to pick up his feet as he ran his bat in. The throw, however, missed by some distance anyway. 1-3-7 for 3. Godman 59, Critchley 36. There'll be one more over after this, I suspect, before tea. Davis over the wicket. Critchley drives out towards Wright, who's gone back to a normal mid-off, who throws, and the throw is close to the stumps. Would have required a decision had it hit. Critchley was running hard, but not sprinting flat out. Umpire Ramage was looking carefully, but it bounced over the top of the stumps. End of the over, 1-3-8 for 3, which even I can work out is 50 short of making Leicestershire bat again.
I have a feeling that Umpire Ramage probably would have given it not out anyway.
I'm feeling you're right, yes.
Chris Wright was brilliant there because he threw the ball. Everybody else put their hands on their heads, and he sort of mimicked them, as if to say, well, it was going to hit anyway. So, but he put his hands to his head.
His heads.
Yeah. I do have trouble with hands and heads.
The two-headed seam bowler of Leicestershire. One for Sherlock Holmes.
Yes. Well, he was a very, very good bowler back in the 1860s.
What, the two-headed seam bowler?
The two-headed seam bowler, yeah. Couldn't work out which one was going to turn up on any given day. It should be the last over before lunch here. A lunch tea, good grief. 138 for 3, that is
Those
the score.
burgers are on your mind, aren't
No,
they?
I'm not hungry at all. I know there's no tea bags. In comes Parkinson, balls to Critchley, who defends.
Not strictly true. There are no conventional tea bags. There's every other variety other than the normal variety of tea, aren't there? You could have Earl Grey.
Like I said, there are no tea bags.
There's only one kind of tea in Fletcher's life.
Oh, yeah. Critchley flexes his knees and defends the next delivery from Parkinson back towards him. 4 to go.
Which is builders.
Preferably. Although they seldom do any building these days. Parkinson around the wicket, in balls to Critchley, who drives, but a tumbling stop at a wideish mid-off by Lewis Hill. Prevents a run from being taken. 3 to go. Parkinson in, and Critchley clips this for a single. There's a oh dear, there's a misfield by Chris Wright. He's going to get, well, Chris Wright's just been overtaken by well, he's been overtaken by Ed Barnes, but the ball's actually gone all the way for 4. That's slightly disappointing, I think, for Alan Parkinson. Critchley moves up to 41, 142 now. 4-3. Somehow the scorer knew that was going to go for 4. With Chris Wright and Ed Barnes both chasing it. Wright sort of dived all over it, went straight through him. 2 to go till tea. Parkinson is in, and Critchley defends. Out into the offside. Davis picks up. So here we are. Final ball of the afternoon session. 1 session to go, minimum of 34 overs available to Leicestershire to get these wickets and any potential runs, as Parkinson comes in to bowl the final over before tea plays it straight into Sam Evans. And that is tea. There is no run off the final ball of the session. 142 for 3, a 78-run partnership between Billy Godman and Matt Critchley. Godman has 59, Critchley has 41, and Derbyshire are the small matter of 46 runs behind. Richard's already left in disgust, and we will see you again in about 15 minutes. I've just been talking to everybody miles away. Sorry, I had the thing plugged into the wrong bit. We are back. You haven't missed much. Billy Godman's got a single. He was hit in the stomach. 143 for 3. Thank you, Elliot. You're absolutely right to point my technical incompetence out. I haven't done my update yet. That was why I was in the wrong bit. There's this next one. It's clipped into the leg side by Matt Critchley for another single. He moves to 42, 144 for 3. Excitement levels below 3 now, I imagine, Richard?
You imagine correctly, yes. One final burst. These sort of 8-10 overs after tea. But there is, despite their sort of youthful exuberance and natural optimism, a certain lack of belief in the body language of the Leicestershire players, to me, out there a little bit. They've gone back to a fairly conventional field.
There's Mike on the racecourse and he's into bowl to Godman, who drives him for 4 runs out to the extra cover boundary. That ball will slow down, but not sufficiently to prevent it from going all the way to the boundary. 148 for 3 now.
George Rhodes is going to have to get under the covers there. That just trickled under. It'll be halfway under. There he goes, underneath the pluvious covers. And he's managed to knock it back out. Earlier in the match, that area of the outfield slowed the ball so much. It wasn't getting to the boundary, but that made the boundary by a distance. It didn't really slow. It slowed a bit, but nothing like as much as earlier in the match. So while Dave does his update for BBC Radio Derby's FM frequency, I'll pick up the commentary. Ben Mike, he's going to go around the wicket to Billy Godman, who's moved on to 64 with that pleasantly driven boundary. Mike is in, outside off stump. Godman, big step forward and leaves, taken pretty much on the half volley in the end by Harry Swindles. Azad is standing at second slip, and Kimber basically now at gully. Will Davis is standing at leg gully. Otherwise, a fairly conventional, as I say, field backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Long leg, deep square leg as Mike is in, bowls a bouncer and a curious little hopping leave from Billy Godman. Got in position to hook it away, but it was just too high, really, and in the end, Godman decided to let it go through in his own idiosyncratic way. 148 for 340 more. We'll see Leicestershire required to bat again, were they able to suddenly take the 7 Derbyshire second innings wickets that they need to take. Callum Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain in this game, as you probably heard, is going to try and start that process. He's going to bowl from the city end, short leg, silly mid off and slip around Matt Critchley as Parkinson is in. Critchley is forward. Say not getting to the pitch of the ball, but even so, not an issue to play the ball off the pitch. And he does. He remains 42 not out. Parkinson bowls, a little bit short. Critchley goes back and works it out towards wide mid-on, but too close to Chris Wright to attempt a single, so he doesn't.
Nico's up.
In goes Parkinson. Critchley pushes out into the offside. He's, yes, talking to match referee and old friend, of course.
Absolutely.
Tim Boone. Boone, who was chief executive at Leicestershire, I think, when Nico was captain. In goes Parkinson, bowls on the front foot, worked slightly wristily back down the pitch by Critchley. Parkinson fields in his follow-through.
Yeah, quite often see players and coaches come up to the boxes here because the view is...
Parkinson bowls, forward goes Critchley, out into the offside.
The view is so good over the pitch and the whole playing surface. Not unusual to see coaches up here.
Parkinson bowls. Driving is Critchley straight to Ben Mike at that shortish extra cover position. End of the over. Ben Mike keeps hold of the ball because he will continue to bowl from the racecourse end of the ground.
It's interesting, that game down at Sussex, all of a sudden Sussex are in trouble, 316 for 8. They're still 360 behind. It's only day 3 there as well. Remember, 4 wickets for Luke Holman, 4 for 64 from 19 overs.
It's got sort of vague resemblance to this game, hasn't it? In a way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Figures aren't quite as big.
Lancashire are still clinging on for dear life, 241 for 8 at Trent Bridge. They'll be in the evening session there as well. Lancashire no chance of winning that game, 203 runs required, but 2 wickets remaining.
Oh, if they not to win, are they going to win them?
I dread to think. Here's Ben Mike in from the racecourse and bowls to Godman, who clips that one nicely into the leg side. They run the first one quickly. Parkinson runs around to do the fielding. They happy themselves with one. Godman 65, 149 for 3. 2 men out in the middle, Danny Lamb and Tom Bailey. They've got Dane Patterson. Mulaney's bowling at the moment. Stephen Mulaney against the county of his birth, of course. That'll be exciting, watching him with his pace off. There's Ben Mike, Ian and bowls to Critchley, who clips this to square leg, and the 150's up for Derbyshire. 150 for 3. Critchley moves on to 43. Godman has 65, 38 now required to avoid the follow-on. The 150 barely warrants a rise in the level of hum.
Trying to think. I wonder if Tim Boone was the chief executive when Nixon was not released, but they only offered him a year's contract, so he went to Kent. No, it's clearly nothing.
Going in just to sort out the old issues.
No grudges. But,
here's Ben Mike to Godman, no run as the ball is picked up by Rhodes. Only the game that's still going on is the game at Wantage Road, which is an absolute thriller. Northamptonshire 291 for 7 now, and they need 29 runs to win. I can imagine tension is high at Wantage Road in the September sunshine. Sounds like a good game, that.
It does.
Here, Derbyshire 150 for 3 in the September sunshine. Not such a good game as this one is driven by Godman into the ground. Surely into the ground.
That's what the umpires say, and that's what the batsman says, and that's what everybody says.
Well, it looked like it, didn't it? You'd have to look at a replay, but I'd be certain. We might have met it on the half volley. Godman's not for going anywhere.
I'm sure we'll get replays.
Yeah, we'll get lots of replays of that one, I would imagine, Elliot, won't we? He's working on it now. But that certainly looked like a bump ball to me out to Lewis Hill at point.
One of those strange ones.
There's a sort of half-hearted appeal from Leicestershire, but
no replays.
Typical. It was almost an appeal that, well, we don't need to appeal because he's out, as this one is along the ground to Lewis Hill this time. Poor old Chris Wright, who's got 2 hats, 2 caps, and 2 sets of sunglasses to look after at the moment. Managed to walk in there, lose a cap and both pairs of sunglasses. What's he now sorting out? My immediate reaction was bump ball, but
Well, you kind of assumed it was, didn't you? Everybody,
Yeah.
I think, well, with the exception of 1 or 2 of the Leicestershire players.
in goes Mike again, and bowls Godman up on his toes, in fact in the air by the time he turns that past a diving Will Davis down to Ed Barnes for a single long on.
That would have been a serious catch, wouldn't it, if
Wouldn't
Davis
it?
had stuck out his right hand.
I think he'd have been running around the pitch now.
Plucked it out of the air. Catch of the century.
Godman moves on to 60. They wouldn't have shown a replay though. Godman moves on to 66. 151 for 3 at the end of the over, with Critchley on 43.
Over 8, I inquired of the scorers during the interval. Paul Rogers said it had got down to close to -2, which startled John, who immediately changed it on the scoreboard. Completely forgotten about it.
God, it's bad enough trying to add the singles on.
Over the wicket, Parkinson to Godman. Still got the close catches in. 31 overs remain as he bowls. Back goes Godman, uses just one hand on the bat, top hand, as he pushes it out into the leg side along the ground. Bit of French cricket almost there.
Yes.
Parkinson is in, gives it some air. It's kicked away. On principle, there is an appeal, but he was so far wide. It didn't really turn back in, Callum, and very hard for an umpire to give that one. Fair enough to shout, but an appeal born of frustration and optimism rather than expectation. Parkinson is in. Godman is playing with his bat a long way in front of his pad as he defends that one.
Derbyshire need to be in front before they can shake hands, don't they?
Oh, yeah, well, clearly, yes.
Well, I'm just saying they still need another 38.
Yeah. It's not quite over yet. In goes Parkinson, bowls, squares up Godman a little bit, and there's hesitation, but that's kind of par for the course when Godman is running a quick single. And there was a few little sort of dancing feet before he decided to take off. Critchley galloped in, made sure he was in at the danger end. Parkinson back round the wicket to the right-handed. Critchley bowls. Critchley is forward out into the offside. It goes. No run. One more delivery in the over. Curious sounds being picked up in the effects mic. Parkinson tosses that one up and turns his wrists on that one. Matt Critchley as he pushes it out to mid-on. Chris Wright picks up end of the over. Parkinson's 13th, none for 23. His figures at the moment. Godman 67 not out. Critchley 43, 152. Means 36 now needed to make Leicestershire bat again.
I can only assume that Ben Mike's sunglasses are quite expensive ones, because after Chris Wright dropped them on the floor last time, he's now given them to George Rhodes to look after while he bowls this next over.
He's a bit of a fashion icon, is Ben.
Didn't like it when they hit the floor. Billy Godman steps away just as he gets into his delivery stride. It's about the third time that's happened in this innings. It happened in the first innings as well, but Billy Godman is an inveterate walker-awayer.
Parkinson turned to this building and gestured and pointed to his watch. I'm not sure who he's, I suppose, the match referee. In goes Mike, bowls, and it's driven off a thick outside edge, runs down to wide third man for 4. His stepping away amused some of the Derbyshire faithful who are kind of used to it, but he does go very close to the line sometimes, Godman.
Well, the bowler Hartley at Lancashire does something that I'm not sure is entirely correct either. In white ball cricket, he comes into bowl, and as soon as the batsman moves, he pulls out of his bowling action and starts again. And it's a similar kind of thing, isn't it, really? I don't think Hartley should be allowed to do that.
I think he's the only bowler I've ever seen do that, in fairness. Bowls, Mike this time, and worked away perfectly legitimately by Godman. Slightly short ball outside off stump, and he worked it away behind square on the offside, and it crosses the ropes at wide third man for 4 consecutive boundaries for Billy Godman, who, in his own idiosyncratic and sometimes almost eccentric way, is beginning to thoroughly enjoy himself out there, I suggest.
Partnership up to 96. Yeah, looks like he's enjoying himself.
Certainly he is frustrating Leicestershire in every way he possibly can, which is kind of his job.
Yeah. That is MO.
2-8. That slightly open stance as Mike is in. Bowls to him on off stump. He's going to take a single there as he pushes slightly wide of Chris Wright at mid-off. 161 for 3. Godman on to 76. 27 more. And Derbyshire are in the black's good, isn't it? Not the red. The red is bad.
Yeah, the red's generally bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Mike over the wicket to Matt Critchley, who is very correct with his forward press defensive shot there off stump. Holds the pose for a couple of seconds.
Just looking to see what that would do to Nottinghamshire. I've got a nasty feeling. A victory there might send them to the top of the table.
Yeah.
But it almost certainly would.
Well, it'd be 2 out of 2, wouldn't it, in the elite group, as our colleague refers to it. In goes Mike. Bowls onto the legs of Critchley, who clips it down to fine leg. Good sliding stop down there by Lewis Hill and gets his throw away, just the one. Then for Critchley, who moves on to 44. 162 for 3. This result would be, what would it be then? Is it, well, how many points for the draw is it? It's 8 now, isn't it? So 11 and 13. Looking that way, anyway.
Pretty much. Leaving Sussex in both teams' wakes. They've just been dismissed for 319.
Mike is in. A bouncer that is down the leg side. Steps inside it. Good diving take by Harry Swindles, obviously away to his right. Had a fair way to go there, Swindles, and he too, having taken it one-handed away to his right, and is lying at full length on the ground, stays lying at full length, admiring the ball in his gauntlet and making sure that photographer John Mallett got a good one. End of the over.
Yeah, 319 all-out innings break there. No indication at this stage whether Middlesex might enforce the follow-on. You'd think they might with a lead of 357. It's as warm down. There might be a nice sea breeze down there. Who knows?
Tomorrow's a bit of rain around, isn't there? Certainly on the south coast, the thunderstorms.
Parkinson begins a new over, and he's chopped away out towards the cover boundary for 4 by Matt Critchley. He moves on to 48. 22 required to avoid the innings defeat now.
Tired ball. Dispirited
100
ball.
partnership as well between both obviously, between Billy Godman and Matt Critchley. Second century stand for Derbyshire in the match. Came off 180 balls. Came together at 64 for 3 when there was a bit of a squeak for Leicestershire. Critchley turns this next ball into the leg side. And they pick up another single. Critchley now moves on to 49. Guided to safety by the captain, and the man many would have as captain. Has captained the side this season, Matt Critchley. Parkinson is in to Godman, and that one is just pushed into the offside.
How many years has Billy Godman been captain now?
Since 2016.
So this is coming to the end of his 5th year as captain.
When I was appointed, I think he's won 14 games in first-class cricket. Well, he hasn't. I mean, the team has. It's not entirely down to Godman, clearly. That one is just squaring him up a little bit. Ball squirts out into the offside. Because since 16 they didn't win a game. And this year they haven't won a game, so he's down to 4.
In fairness, I'm on 16 wins out of 113.
Well, I'll be the same as you. I'll be 14, in fact, because I started, that one is pushed into the offside. Billy Godman was appointed captain at the start.
That was 2 years before you, and
well, yes.
only on 16.
Totally coincidentally that he was appointed captain and I became the Radio Derby man. As Parkinson's in, that one just They played to keep a little low, perhaps pushed it through a bit quicker. Godman got his bat down in time and pushed it out into the offside. It's the end of the over. 167 for 3 after 52 overs. Derbyshire trailing by 21 with a minimum of 28 overs left in the day's play. Matt Critchley's on 49.
2 years it was Ian O'Brien, I think, wasn't it? Your predecessor.
Yeah.
Is he back in New Zealand?
I have no idea.
No idea.
I think he was up Matlock way for a while, wasn't he?
He was, yes, yeah, for sure. 28 overs theoretically remain to be bowled in the game. Ben Mike to bowl the first of them from the racecourse end. A little bit short, but comes back in, cramps Matt Critchley up just a little bit for room, so he ends up working it out into the offside rather than cracking it away, as was his initial intention, I suspect. He remains on 49. Zad standing wide at first slip again, but let's say that borne out by those stats that I mentioned in terms of the number of catches taken. In goes Mike, bowls, driven but not timed by Critchley, and it goes straight to Sam Evans at extra cover. No run. It was an odd little sort of flourish from Critchley there. He knew he hadn't quite timed it as well as he would have liked. Wind has dropped a little. The flag was standing out sideways, but now it's sort of flapping a little listlessly in the breeze rather than the wind. Bouncer from Ben Mike. Saw that coming quite early. He sort of gathered himself at the crease rather, and it was very much in his own half of the pitch.
The wind's changed direction. What is the process of changing
Swung around a
direction? It was going across from left to right before, from the northeast, and now it's coming from the southeast.
Mike is in and bowls. Critchley again is slightly cramped. No ball, or is it going to be a...
I think it's a no ball. He's got his arm out.
Signal from umpire Ramage, is it? Takes his time, and no ball is eventually signalled. And then he turns to his fellow umpire. He looked like he'd forgotten where he was there in the ground.
Just in a field.
Wondered out, where am I?
Happens to me a lot, that.
Mike is in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Critchley actually goes back, defends it off the pitch. 2 to come, says umpire Ramage to umpire Bailey. Stands it. You've got to really get on with your fellow umpire, haven't you, really?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, most Derbyshire matches, not so much, because they've been 2.5 days generally. But yeah, if you go into the bitter end.
I suppose you can, I wonder if you can request. In goes Mike and bowls, slightly short of a length. That is the single that Critchley needed for his half century. In fact, he's going to pick up 2. The misfield from Barnes, or half field from Barnes, is cleared up by Evans. But applause for Matt Critchley. His half century is completed.
101 balls, 7 fours and a 6 for Matt Critchley to reach his half century. It's the 8th time this season he's got to 50. On one occasion he's gone on to make 3 figures. The only century prior to this match that Derbyshire had scored all season. 2 in this game, of course. Guest and Dahl.
Mike is in and bowls to him. He's driving pleasantly, but only as far as mid off where Parkinson picks it up. Going past, what will that mean? He's past 850 championship runs for the season, so good chance of going to 1,000.
Yeah,
4 innings remaining.
Absolutely. This
That would be
refreshes. Yeah, 852 runs he's got now this season. at 42.
That's
111 fours and 5 sixes.
more than respectable.
Absolutely. It is when you add in his 26 wickets at, I know it's at 38, but he's a leg spinner. He said, as if that made any difference. He's a left arm spinner. Parkinson bowls, and that one is clubbed by Billy Godman over long on for 4 runs. That was a fairly agricultural looking shot from Billy Godman. He moves to 80 and has a century in his sights. I can't imagine he'll shake hands if he's on 97. If Matt Critchley gets his foot down, he might let him get to 1 as well. Are you allowed to do that? I don't understand the full etiquette of shaking hands. If you can just make the opposition bowl to you. I might put a few hard timers on at that point. Parkinson's in. Godman defends it into the leg side. There is a short leg in place.
I would imagine that there's a few sides around that would take a certain amount of, maybe not pleasure, but satisfaction in shaking hands with Billy Godman on 97 not out.
I don't think there's any doubt on that at all, but he pushes this into the outside and sets off for a single that's not there. Zad, the fielder, moves in. I'm just wondering what the etiquette was.
Yes, yeah.
There must be some, mustn't there? You'd have thought there's pretty much etiquette everywhere else in cricket, to a degree. As Parkinson bowls to Godman, that's in the air and not caught at short leg. The short leg's there for exactly that reason, but he couldn't clutch it in, Sam Evans. That'll go down as a chance.
Well, let's have a look at the replay.
Has he been dropped, Billy Godman, or did he not get there? Chance on 80.
Please, can we have a replay of that one?
Should be, come on. The next delivery is swept by Godman for 4 runs. Always happens, doesn't it? Big chance, the previous ball. Godman swipes it away for 4 runs. Derbyshire move to 179 now, and they trail by just 9 runs. That'll be the replay of the 4, this. In fact, it's a replay of a person going between the covers. Come on, Elliot. Shape yourself. Godman's moved on to 84. 179 for 3.
Inside edge onto the pad, looped up, and I think he got his right hand.
Did he get his hand to it? So it's a drop. It's a drop.
I think so. I don't think it makes any. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but
you never know.
You never do.
He's just dropped the Ashes. 179 for 3 at the end of the over. Nine more runs to avoid the innings defeat to get to parity. It's going to be George Rhodes to bowl from the racecourse, and I think that Leicestershire might have given up. Of course, we don't do anything until 5 past 4 or 3 minutes past 4 in this update, because it's the smart speaker update. That's the phrase I'm groping for. So George Rhodes will bowl to Matt Critchley. In goes Rhodes. He's driven for just a single as Parkinson takes the pace off that one. I think he's okay. He's going to come around the wicket to Billy Godman, who just takes a fresh guard. Then Mike comes up at long off and then goes back. He's about 12 yards in from the boundary down below me. Godman's ready. Rhodes is ready, and he comes in and bowls to him, and he defends it straight back towards him. Just dabbed the bat on it. 80 for 3 it remains. Godman goes back into his crease and cuts that away. He gets a single. Next delivery is driven by Critchley. He's not going to get 4 because Ben Mike is going to pick up. Derbyshire move 282 for 3 now. Critchley on to 53, I beg your pardon. Next delivery all comes off an edge. Down to 5. He certainly is. Sally, Billy Godman's on 86 not out at the moment. Mike Critchley's 53. They're 183 for 3. They need 5 more runs for parity, after which they will start to build a lead against Leicestershire, who forced them to follow on this morning. It's been a very impressive effort from both Godman and Critchley, who picks up another single now. Their partnership's worth 120. Critchley has 54. Godman 86 and Derbyshire 184 for 3, 4 away from levelling the scores. $184 for 3 at the end of the over, with Critchley on 54. He pinches the strike. Godman has 86. Nominally 25 overs remaining. We'll probably have half of those, do you think? Perhaps a bit more.
I would say about half. Umpire Bailey talking to Leicestershire's skipper, Callum Parkinson. Maybe asking him exactly that question. The two Derbyshire batters having a drink from the 12th man at the moment. Chris Wright talking to Callum Parkinson as well, offering him a few words of advice, perhaps. Gone very quiet out there. Parkinson's going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Matt Critchley. Azad, who was at point, is going to go in at short leg. Short leg, who was Sam Evans, has been relegated to backward square. Parkinson is in. Critchley's driving. Goes through the hands of Davis, along the ground that is, at extra cover, which means that Ben Mike has to run behind him to cover, and Critchley picks up a single he might not otherwise have taken. Moves on to 55. 185, 3 needed for parity. Parkinson over the wicket to Godman, who's plunging forward. There's an appeal for leg before, but Parkinson, you can sometimes tell with Parkinson when he really does believe it's out and when it isn't. And I don't think he really did then. Sometimes he's convinced and the appeal will go on for quite a long time. That one didn't. In he goes, bowls. Back goes Godman, playing it off the stumps, forcing it off the stumps out into the offside. Lots of dust from his feet as he moves around in the crease. Barnes is the fielder. Parkinson bowls again, tosses it up, some air in that one. He goes for the sweep, misses it. Hits the pad, but quite a long way outside off stump. Sweeping on length. Nice flight to that delivery, lots of air. Bowls again. Again, he sweeps, it bounces off Azad, and it's in the air for quite a long time as it goes towards Rhodes at mid-wicket. There's 1 or 2 shouts of catch. Parkinson looking at, I don't know, sort of Azad and Godman. It came off the leg of Azad and looped in the air. Fell short of Rhodes, but just for a second it looked like it could be a bit of a freak dismissal. Hinson bowls. Back goes Godman. Works it out into the offside. Takes half a step forward, but no chance of a single. End of the over, 185 for 3. Critchley 55, Godman 86, 24 overs remain in the game.
Yes. I don't know what to say after that. You summed it up beautifully, Richard.
Had he got out, like that would have been such a tip, in a weird sort of way. Only Godman could have got out in that way.
Yeah, it would have been excellent, wouldn't it? Would have been chuntering all the way back to the pavilion. Here's George Rhodes in bowls. Back into his crease goes Matt Critchley, who's on 55. Pushes it out into the offside.
Ben Mike's fielding below us at long gone, and his whites are the whites of a cricketer who's worked hard in this game.
He's chewing his nails as though there was some excitement happening. This one is defended.
He turns around. Look at that. The most. Oh.
Yeah, he needs some of that special stuff to get them clean, wouldn't it?
Grubby boy. Great red and black streak on the back of his whites as well.
Rhodes in. Critchley defends. Fielded by Will Davis, is wearing a floppy sun hat. I assume it's Rhodes' floppy sun hat. Critchley waits and defends again, this time back to the bowler. 2 left in the over. Slightly less exciting over than the previous one. Mike having a laugh with the Derbyshire contingent down below as Critchley looks for a single. Bless him, Callum Parkinson got down to stop that ball like a diving header in football. I think he almost headed it.
Did it come off his chest in the end?
I think so. It was a bit of a shambles.
He might just have headed it.
He's got a smile on his face. I think the indication there is it was wobbling all over the place. Like one of those modern footballs as this next delivery is clipped into the leg side by Matt Critchley. They'll jog through for a single. 186 for 3. Critchley up to 56. Godman has 86. 23 overs to go.
You do very much get the impression that Leicestershire have accepted their fate now.
Yes, no, I said that when you were next door. I thought I'd sneak it in early. It just looks like Leicestershire don't think they can win this one anymore. I mean, the odds are now against them, aren't they? Clearly, winning the game, you would suggest. Derbyshire just 2 runs behind with 7 wickets left. You never know, though.
Parkinson into Critchley. Bounces a little bit as he plunges forward. But still able to control it. And back down the pitch it goes to Callum Parkinson.
Happy to report the Lancashire are still 8 down.
He bowls again. Critchley drives. Yeah. He says as he sees it going past Parkinson out towards right, who's halfway back in front of, I keep calling it the old pavilion, but officially the members' pavilion, I understand.
Well, yeah. One of many old pavilions at Derbyshire.
Yeah, Bronte likes the idea of calling it a draw with Billy on 97. Goes. Parkinson swept in the air, just wide of Ben Mike. Parkinson cannot believe it. Looked like he was going to get close to it. He dived in the end as he ran up towards deep backward square from wide sort of long leg, and it was in the air for a long time. Stuck out his right hand, may have brushed his fingers, didn't get there. Runs through for 4 in the end. Goodness me. Parkinson couldn't believe it. Hands on his head for a good 10 seconds after realising that Mike wasn't going to get there.
Well, he was never going to make it, was he? It was asking an awful lot of Ben Mike, given the amount of work he's done and all the rest of it. He did a pretty good job of putting the dive in and almost getting his hand underneath it. He had to go for it, of course.
Parkinson in again to Godman, who kicks it away. He's now into the 90s, on 90. Just wondering whether Mike was actually in the right position then. Whether he should have been a little bit for the left-handed Godman, who I don't know. I do not know, and As I said, I don't think it makes too much difference. Godman turns that one from Parkinson off his leg stump. Azad has gone back from short leg to backward square. So it's an easy single for Derbyshire's skipper, who sniffs 3 figures, I'm sure, now, onto 91. Derbyshire ahead by, with that blow, 4.
Yeah. Wonder when they'll declare.
Well, there'll be 2 off for the change of innings, as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Big forward defensive from Critchley. At which stage Leicestershire will throw the ball to someone who might not be considered a frontline bowler? I suppose Rhodes isn't really. He isn't. You know, he isn't.
Harsh that he's put a big effort in here. Bowled 9 overs in the second innings. A few in the first. Somebody will tell him he said it.
The trouble with this warm weather is the paint he's been watching dry is drying too fast, so he keeps having to come back to the cricket.
First ball of a new over from Rhodes. Godman pushes it to Lewis Hill, who's fielding at point when Mike, very vocal out there. We're level. Ish. Goes again, does Rhodes. It's pushed out into the offside. Godman sets off for a single as the ball arrives at the feet of Will Davis. Matt Critchley wasn't going anywhere.
It must be tempting sometimes to call his bluff and say, go on then. But then you'll run into the danger end in those circumstances, aren't you?
Godman's on 91. You won't want to throw this opportunity away. It's a little too close to scores, so he's got plenty of time, you would have thought, and he pushes this out towards Lewis Hill again, who does the fielding. He's hit 13 fours, Billy Godman, to get to 91. 7 fours and a 6 for Matt Critchley in his 57. As Rhodes bowls, and Godman this time finds a bit of space out to the into the deep, where it's fielded by Sam Evans, and they go through for a single. Godman to 92, 193. 4-3. Coming round the wicket to Godman, George Rhodes. Frank Clarkson looks like she's got a drink. I thought she had an ice cream there for a moment, the Derbyshire physio. Next delivery is a full one that Critchley can do no more than push it back.
Leicestershire had ice lollies in their dressing room last night.
Yeah, nice. Next delivery is turned into the leg side. Davis does the fielding. The lover of an unnecessary tumble.
He does.
Will Davis. And it's the end of the over. 193 for 3. Critchley 57. Godman 92, the lead 5.
21 overs remain. We reckon we'll have 10 or 12 of them.
Get us close to 5-ish.
Theoretically, as I said, I think they can call it a day at 22. Nobody's hurrying to do anything very much. Parkinson is just about ready now. He's going to come over the wicket to Godman. Mike now in position for the slog sweep. He hops across and leaves that one, Billy Godman. Doesn't turn back in at all. You can see all 3 stumps he hopped so far across. Still taken by Swindles outside off stump, obviously. Parkinson bowls, drops a little bit short, so very easy for Godman to go back and just work it out to the vacant square leg area. Rhodes runs across and fields. Single taken. Sorry, mate.
No, my fault. Northamptonshire have completed a 2-wicket victory over Surrey. 322 for 8.
Oh.
Which is a very good effort.
Congratulations to our Midlands neighbours.
Yeah, I guess you're still 8 down.
Parkinson is in, bowls. Critchley turns his bat on that forward defensive, pushing it out to mid-wicket.
The answer to the question everybody was asking, will Middlesex enforce the follow-on? The answer is yes. Sussex at 10 without loss.
Parkinson bowls. Critchley plays firmly out into the offside, straight to Davis. So straight he doesn't tumble.
Yeah, he couldn't tumble there, could he? Unless he'd have done a forward roll.
It's just as the...
Or a backward roll.
Parkinson bowls, drags it down a little bit. Critchley turns it past short leg, but only as far as Evans at backward square. So the general feeling, this is the last day of summer then, is it, judging by the weather forecast?
So. Yeah, I think so.
The showers and the thunderstorms coming in. Enjoy it while we can. Parkinson is in. Again, forward is Critchley turning it down into the ground. Azad stops it this time. End of the over. Look at the over rate. Level.
Fancy that. Complete waste of time, isn't it?
Well,
it's correct, but it's a complete waste of time. Why put it on the board?
It has encouraged Leicestershire, I suppose, to get their act together a bit in terms of making sure no penalty points accrued.
I don't think it should be there. Derbyshire at one point in one game where they got massive plus over rate. The game just ground to a halt because they knew they could. Just meandered around. I can't remember when it was now. That many games. Not this season. It's George Rhodes from the racecourse and bowls to Godman, who defends it back to him. It's one of my many beefs. I want a speed gun at cricket. I've already got one of my ways, though. Derbyshire wearing creams next season. This next delivery, Godman just prods it out into the offside. There's a bit of hesitation there. He might have to hurry, and the ball hits the stumps directly from Lewis Hill, but Godman had got back. But he was a little tardy in setting off there, Godman, as he was called through by Matt Critchley. He's in conversation with Callum Parkinson here about something. Not sure how friendly that might have been. 194 for 3 now. Godman 195 for 3. I beg your pardon. Godman moves on to 94.
I think the best confrontation I remember was Godman and Ben Rain. That was just before a year before you, I think.
Critchley defends this out to Parkinson.
That was a
proper
face-to-face. Yeah. You know.
So I don't mind it really. That's the fabric of society. As this next delivery, very round arm from Rhodes, and Critchley punches it up to long on. Lead up to 8. Critchley on to 58. Godman 94. 196 for 3. I've seen a few over these, not necessarily all involving Billy Godman.
Any high proportion.
Although
66.8%.
on the ACS website, this one is clipped away by Godman out towards the cover boundary for a single, and I was going to say it was the end of the over and he keeps the strike, but it isn't quite. One more ball to come. 197 for 3. Godman 95. This is where the scoreboard struggles, when they take singles. A lot of writing and pushing of buttons to be done next door. 20 past 4 on the 4th day of a match that we couldn't possibly have seen it lasting this long. Derbyshire were 5 down for 50 odd. Critchley defends the final ball of the Rhodes over. Back to the bowler. What was the exact number? I ought to really remember 56 for 5. They were when Matt Critchley was bowled by Ben Mike to a very loose shot indeed. And that was before lunch yesterday.
Yeah, just half an hour in, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then we saw that magnificent record-breaking stand of 227, and how magnificent Leicestershire followers will think it was, I'm not entirely sure, but from the Derbyshire perspective, it was a magnificent stand. And that pretty much paved the way for what we're watching now. So it's all the fault of Anush Dal and Brooke Guest. Bless them. They've got their feet up, although I think Brooke Guest's probably got his pants on.
Do you want? I mean, Godman has been inclined to slog sweep. Do you want to keep me? He's only one blow away from his century, potentially.
Parkinson bowls to him, and he guides it up to long on for a single to move to 96. He hasn't hit a 6 yet.
No, I agree. It was unlikely, but he's not been afraid to go aerial from time to time.
No, that's true. That is true, I suppose. Hasn't got a century since 2019. Parkinson's in now to Critchley, who pushes this up to mid-on, and they go through for a single. This is Billy Godleman's moment. 4 away from his 22nd first-class century. Billy Godleman. Parkinson into him, and he goes back and cuts it straight into the ground, and the ball just bounces harmlessly into the offside, and there's no run. Lead into double figures now, incidentally, at 10. As Parkinson steadies himself, Godleman waits, taps his bat, and goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the outside and fancies a quick single. It'll all be a huge anticlimax. He's got another 19 overs to get it, if he wants to get there in spectacularly slow style. He pads this one away outside the off stump. Ball is retrieved there by who is it retrieved? Oh, it's retrieved by Sam Evans. I thought it was a 7. Sam Evans. See, I've had trouble with Sam Evans all match. I don't know why. Parkinson into Billy Godleman, who gets one outside the off stump and hoiks it up to mid-on for no apparent reason. Who's on to 97? It's the end of the over. He'll keep the strike. 100 and well, the 200 is up, in fact. 200 for 3. That's the applause in the background. Critchley 59. And this is the moment at which Callum Parkinson should walk up to Billy Godleman and offer him his hand. That might spark some intrigue. I know it's too early yet, but that'd be funny, wouldn't it?
It would. If there was one ball to crack away through the offside, that
was
surely
it.
was
that
it,
was
wasn't
it?
it?
He just hoiked it to mid-on.
Somehow he...
How did he get it there?
skewed it away.
Unbelievable. He's on strike now to George Rhodes. He's got a bit of company around the bat, and the tumbler is at extra cover as Rhodes is in, and Godleman goes back and chops it straight into the ground. He's starting to get a bit antsy here, Billy Godleman. There you go.
Take your time,
Take
Billy.
your time, Billy. Lead is 12. For what it's worth. Godleman waits as Rhodes bowls to him, and he just pushes it up to Will Davis. It was going so slowly that I'd have put the tumble in there if I'd have been Davis, just for comic effect. He's wearing Rhodes' floppy sun hat as well as Rhodes bowls to Godleman, who drives, but he doesn't time that one. Ben Mike will do the fielding. Godleman moves to 98. Derbyshire to 201 for 3.
Going to be an update by the time he gets there. Keep talking.
I did this to Kevin Hand last week, actually. My favourite part of any commentary is when the opposition player is approaching 100.
Make the opposition commentator commentate for 20 minutes.
You carry on. No, just in case. You never know. Ben Mike's gone a little bit closer, not massively close, sort of halfway at mid-on as Rhodes bowls to Critchley. He defends it out to Davis. And there is no run. It's going to come over the wicket to Matt Critchley, who defends outside half of the bat, but defends nonetheless. Davis picks the ball up and inspects it. Richards bailing out. I can't say I blame him. Oh dear. Wonderful game of cricket. Critchley drives, but straight to the man at mid-off, who is Chris Wright, who's clearly limping now. I think that one might have struck him on the knee, actually. It's the end of the over. 201 for 3, lead 13. Godman on 98, Matt Critchley on 59. And Billy Godman will be on strike at the start of the next over, which will be bowled by Callum Parkinson. The two batsmen just have a little conversation. Matt Critchley, who came into this game as the possessor of the only championship century for Derbyshire this season. Yesterday we saw Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest both reach 3 figures in that magnificent 227-run stand for the 6th wicket, and Billy Godman waits. Parkinson bowls, turns into the leg side, and it's fielded by Azad. Parkinson's going to come around the wicket to Billy Godman now. Could have been stumped on 39, of course. Godman. It's Parkinson around the wicket, bowls to him, and Godman pushes it to Will Davis at fairly straight mid-wicket. The next delivery is a full toss. Godman pushes it out into the offside. That's going to be his century, his first of the season, his first since 2019. They come back to complete the second. It's the 22nd century of his first-class career. And Billy Godman will walk down the pitch and now salutes towards the changing room with his teammates on the balcony, raises his arms aloft, and he gets a shake of the hands from Callum Parkinson, and that is the end of the match. They were just waiting for Godman to get to his century. Derbyshire will close on 203 for 3. This match ends in a draw, thanks largely to that magnificent stand yesterday between Anuj Dal and Brooke Guest. But Godman with a century today, 139 added for the 4th wicket with Matt Critchley, who finishes on 59. The players shake hands and this game ends in a draw. Thank you to Richard Ray from BBC Leicester. We will be back with you on Sunday for the next round of matches, but this game ends in a draw here at the county ground. Both sides pick up 8 points for the draw, plus the 3 for Derbyshire bonus points and 5 for Leicestershire. We'll see you next time.
Cleared.